Because her mother, Damaris' mother, is no longer alive. My mother then told Damaris to travel and come home. As I recall, I was home on that day. Because my mother was at that point someone who was not physically strong. She also suffered from illnesses. Upon Damaris' arrival, my mother then said, take Damaris to the Siakamen family so that you can hear what the cry is about. Because the two basically never ended their relationship or parted. Indeed, I went and I took her. Prior to the death of Siakamela, Siakamela's family told Damaris that they seem to have found help for him at a certain priest in Sishu where they will be staying. And then I need to repeat Jacob Botogo Fijega Matsonga Muruti Mara, Bamukumani Mo dumping house. Upon arrival, the family then told us that Jacob passed away in the care of this priest. However, they found his body at the dumping site nearby. That's how we became aware of Jacob's death.
And did you agree with the state that you planned that death?
No.
No. And when the matter comes to court, should it goes for a trial, how will you plead?
I keep on the plead not guilty. The postmortem results through Damaris. Also because of what I had as the postmortem results through Damaris. Or the foreign subjects or foreign bodies in the lungs. That they told her that they found foreign objects or items in the lungs of the deceased. That is my response in brief.
And did you took any policy, either funeral or life cover, in respect of Jacob?
Nah, Jacob policy,
and that there was nothing to benefit after his funeral, is that correct? Your Worship, on count number 18, 17, Your Worship, I beg your pardon.
17.
It is alleged by the state that on or about the 14th of September 2022 at or near Mdntv village, Makofe, in the district of Capricorn. You did unlawfully and with intent to defeat or obstruct the course of justice, placed the deceased body of Jacob Petras Kutumela in a dumping area, which act defeated or obstructed the administration of justice.
Kwa makofe mtu wakaushi lehana muwe wena kama wena kata mula ile kama ikemishe tu au shikisha tuka wa sibisha tuka opeta ile watia sikubusa muku wasi lata wasibia kwa lifulo nao lata
Is that true?
No.
Okay. And if this matter goes to trial, how are you going to plead? Your worship, count number 18. The charge relates to the fact that on the 20th of April 2022, you applied for accidental death policy and did then and there by means of a said misrepresentation induce FNB to issue an accident death policy on the life of David Siakamel and stood to benefit an amount of 1.5 million under policy number CP 3024 3016.
Police
is that true?
Policing 1,500,000 No, it is not true. I do not even know this.
Just a minute. I just want to. Yes, the charge further went on to state that you said you are Masipe or Masepe Tamaris Selepe. Is that correct? Further, that on the 28th of September, you submitted claim documents at FNB Life for a natural death of David Siakamela, claiming that the deceased David Siakamela was found lying dead in the street, which claim was rejected by FNB.
Platform of 28 September. When now we did FNB, Command Command FNB, Utencha, Fuperoya, Wopatero, Kabata, Lawol Wena, Unali, Police, Ubira, yo David Siakame, Utoko Faith, Ka Mupao Batzila, Yelmore Asiafa.
I
don't know anything about those things that have been said.
And have you ever applied for a policy in respect of which we were a beneficiary, and on David Siakame?
Ukile wa tia polisi mwe na kwena mwanishwa waoga patiba mashelengi polisi leidori ukata sa sisi mo David Siakame.
Oh.
No.
And so this matter goes to trial. How will you plead?
Mlato yatse kumoto bifetwe la kawa. That I am not guilty.
And Your Worship, charge number count 90. It relates to one Puti Mutata. The judge states that on or about 13 April, and at Onia Mutum village in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally cause the death of Puti Martin Mutata, an adult male person. Do you know this accused, the deceased?
Well, the Mula 19 Varaki Jawama Puti Martin more Mula Fajo Garja Gladin Jaibre, one Mutu Wakampili Mutu. Kama Kimishi to invest at Mula, now we learn for Pula Puti Martin. Muku. One would say. No, I don't know.
Have you ever seen a person of this name?
No.
No.
And it is further alleged that the murder was planned by yourself.
I know that.
And was there any policy that relates to Puti Martin Mutata that might have been taken out by yourself?
Policy ama Puti Martin Mutata
No.
No.
Was there any benefit that you will have received or accumulated upon his death?
And now we want to resolve that well of this for now. So that's paper, look, Martin Mutata,
No.
No.
So kupela othalosa gore le yone it le jwang taba ya Martin ya mo tsantse.
I am asking to explain as to how this matter of Martin came to my knowledge, this person that is unknown.
Ile la je le tshwarwang ka lona le yona ya ga yengwe e lore ka teng mabunda o e badile ka kwa the same ya mothata.
On the day I was arrested, this is one of the charges or allegations Captain Mavunda read to me, and I had sailing time.
And then re fita officing wa ba jamena na bona Captain Mabunda Butcher na ke ba benedictary mothata na
When we arrived at the office where they were to charge me or afflict my fingerprints, Captain Mavunda then asked me whether I know a person by the name of Benedict Mutara or
Benedict Mothata
or Benedict Mutara.
ele gore pele ba mputsitse gore na ke tseba tamarisele pena
Prior to that, they asked me whether I know Damaris Silepe,
ba ba botsa gore ke a mo tseba
and I told them I know her.
ba re ba fe direction ya mo a dulang gona
They then said I must give them the direction of where she resides.
ba bitse team members tša bone and then ka ba director gore Damaris o dula kae
They called their team members and I directed them to where Damaris resides.
and then ke ba mputsa gore Benedict Mothata wa mo tseba na
That's when they asked me whether I know Benedict Mutata.
ba botsa gore na ke mo tseba ona motho ke mo tseba ba re ke Benedict Mothata
I then told them I don't know that person. There's no person I know by that name.
ke ge gore later that day re ba ka gae ba tlo mpona ba mpotsa gore gape Manipeni o tlo gama ke maphodisa ka ditšheka se ba re a bolele gore na o bolaile monna ge a na le mang
Later that day when my family came to see me, that's when they told me that Aunt Benny was suffocated with the use of plastics by the police. And the police were asking her with whom did she kill her husband.
May I respond to your worship? I'm referring to my Tina advocate, your worship. If that's the case, I'm apologizing. Yes, please.
and then ke ge monagano o ya gore ora Captain Mabunda be a re Benedict Mothata o be a nyako gore Manipeni and Manipeni na ke tsebe lwa ga Mothata ke tseba lwa ga Matang
That's when it then clicked on me that when Captain Mavunda was saying, do I know Benedict Mutata, he was referring to Aunt Benny. And I don't know Aunt Benny to be bearing the same name of Mutata, but that of Mata.
and then ke ge ba tlo mpotsa gore monna ge o thuntšhitšwe motho
And that's when they told or informed me that her husband was shot at Mumutu.
and then relationship ya ka le Manipeni ke gore Manipeni ke traditional doctor ya ka gae
The relationship I have with Aunt Benny is that Aunt Benny is the traditional doctor of the family.
and then ke mo ke thomileng go wa ra thuma je ka taba se thunya saka
That's when I started getting more worried about my fire.
gore se thunya se diero ka tseba gore se isitwe kae ge ba boya ba mpotsa gore bile teng wa se ya sepodisa mo la ile gore bile ka mo go na le charge ya murder ya se thunya ya motho ke sa mo tsebeng
Because the firearm was taken away from me and I did not know what happened to it thereafter. And the police were also saying that amongst the bullets they found one bullet is not an official SAPS bullet. And On top of that, they were now telling me of charges relating to a person who was shot and was unknown. That's in brief what I wanted to show regarding the charge of Mutata.
So, if I may ask, do you know when Mr. Mutata was murdered?
Yes, it is this year.
How did you know?
We were supposed to go to Aunt Bailey's place so that she can heal orphans. They told us that she cannot enter there because she is unclean, as a husband has passed.
That's when you started to know that she lost her husband.
You cannot go to me. Yes, it was also at the time that I got to know that Aunt Benny's husband is from or bears the same name, Mutata.
Your worship, I can see it's 11 o'clock.
No.
Okay. And if this matter goes to trial, how are you going to plead? Count number 12 involves ISOPOL, life policy. And there is a policy also that was taken by yourself. It involves the ISOPOL insurance. Do you know about it for the benefit of yourself? And the insured person was Navel Gutman. Do you know about it?
Well, le fatto molatung wa butrafuki tama wa pili policy ye jeru wena kwa asupo Navel a malishitu una leso stiwa uga policy. Yes, I know what it is.
And if I may, did he knew that there was this policy taken for his funeral cover?
Well, we had to now JP policy. Navel did not know.
And your husband, who is the brother, did he know about this policy? Even yes, he did. And did he agree to this policy?
Policy.
o dumetse.
Yes, he agreed.
And there is an allegation that when you took out this policy, you have the intention to have the deceased killed in order to benefit from the accident death cover, which pays double.
Bitatofatso o tswela pele ke tsa gore wena ge o šala o tšela naval policy ya poloko o bona le maikemišetšo a go dira gore a bolawe gore wena o kgone go boelwa ke patlele go tšwa go policy ye leng gore e patela gabedi.
Go bo se jwalo. Ge ke tšere e le normal funeral policy ke mo cover as extended family.
It was not like that. When I took out the policy, I took out the policy as an ordinary or a normal funeral policy. Him as my extended family.
And should this matter goes to trial, how will you plead?
I will plead by saying no.
And we go to count 13, Your Worship. This involves one Mapari, Ephraim Choshi. Do you know Mapari Ephraim Choshi?
Mapari Ephraim Choshi. Mapari Ephraim Choshi. Yes, I know.
How do you know? How do you know him?
He is my uncle, my mother's younger sibling.
And there is an allegation that you murdered your uncle and that you planned the murder. What's your comment about it?
I don't know anything about it.
But do you know how he died?
If I was who yes, I know.
Can you tell this court if you can?
On the day that he passed away, even though I do not recall the date, I received a call from home.
What do you mean by whom?
My own home is at Hamatala, my parental.
Can we therefore call the first accused, the witness there? Your full names, witness?
Do
Do you have any objection in taking a prescribed oath?
How?
No,
Will the oath be binding at your conscience?
How ikana wa malalo ikama letwalo. Yes.
You may raise up your right hand and swear not to God.
Ukana emisha kutola udoro kuzimoni. Well,
I need to know that yesterday when the court adjourned, you were still giving your evidence in chief through the defense counsel advocate.
kutoka ori pele tumori mavane salari emisha wena u salera re u pele tabukati u tushaki ramla waga u advocate pati.
The defense counsel will continue giving your evidence.
Advocate pati even ramla waga u utachora pele udraria.
You may continue with the defense.
Let the court please, Your Worship, but whatever before I proceed, Your Worship, I need to inform Your Worship about the presence of Mr. Matapo. Mr. Matapo is from the state attorney. He is only here to observe the proceedings as he was asked to come and do so. And he is not going to participate either in the defense counsel. He is here just to observe. That's what he told me. Unless Your Worship directs otherwise.
I think there is a purpose why you are informing me that Mr. Matapo is here.
Yes.
Yes, and perhaps that purpose you can disclose it. It's safe to say that Mr. Matapo is here.
He is from the state attorney. He just came in here. I don't know if he came in here and said, no, I'm here to observe and learn.
I don't know. In the state, do you have any knowledge of anything that the defense counsel is talking about?
Your Worship, the same information here relates to court, what was related to us as well, that to Mr. Matapo is coming from the state attorney, as to any other purpose that is here for Your Worship, not in the law.
And first, let me engage with you, advocate. Any relevancy for you to first say Mr. Matapo is here? Any relevancy for the current proceedings?
It's because he's seated here in front and he was not on record yesterday.
Nice.
I therefore found prudent, Your Worship, to inform the court about why he's here. And that is what he told me.
Yes, Mr. Matapo, perhaps this is your time to address the reasons for the presence.
The Honorable Court pleases Your Worship.
You are? Your full names?
My name is Saratu Matapo, Your Worship.
Yes.
Yes, I just came to observe the proceeding, Your Worship, because I want to learn much about the criminal proceeding as well, as I'm too much engaged in criminal matters, Your Worship.
So it's a learning curve experience.
Actually, it's a learning curve experience, and I've already discussed with my learned colleague, Advocate Counsel Padu, Your Worship.
It is not for any other people.
It is not for any other official purposes, Your Worship, and I've also discussed it with my senior colleagues from my office, and they have agreed that I can come and watch the proceeding, especially to gain more experience in criminal proceedings, as my daily duties more involved about the civil matters of the sheriff. As it was visited.
Advocate,
Does the court please?
I may just indicate the following, that of late, we have got student activists or those who are doing training who are requesting to really come and watch proceedings in court, not only in this court, even in other criminal courts. Some are those that are registered under NISA Law Society and the like. They do come here to observe the proceedings, purpose being to empower themselves in times they go and represent the accused in either a criminal trial. And we have allowed that to happen as part of judicial empowerment or legal empowerment. So it is not here to interfere with anything that you do.
As the court please.
Is it understood?
I understand.
So we may now proceed.
As the court please.
Thank you.
Your Worship, when we adjourned yesterday, we were going to start with count 10.
Yes.
Yes, Judge. Count 10 involves your worship, the policies taken by the accused. The funeral covers for the deceased mother, men. The first policy relates to the First National Bank of 63,000. You know that policy.
Very the total audited for the Jamala to Shumi. The Tadfajo na di mabili policy JD Jeriu di Chelon Naval Kutume. Yamatomo Varga FNB, and now on a say Usitibao ka policy FNB 63,000 at the rand. Yes, I know of the policy.
What was the purpose of the policy? Why did you take it?
Think about Galangi, the Ajiva policy, my game to Hulu. It was a funeral policy in the event such okay.
And according to the charge sheet, is that on the 10th of February, you submitted a claim in respect of that policy, and being the fact that the plaintiff said, I beg your pardon, that the deceased died of an accident, it was accidental, you then cash out an amount of 126,000. Is that correct?
We took that for Tukitauri, Katatila Tenta Ibre. When I will was Zencha Pupelo, who FNB, Kabakalahori, Moku, who Fogofeji, Ka Codes, Kimoka, Wa, Patela Cheredialicana, 126,000 Yadiran. Yes, that is so.
And then, did you assist in the burial of the accused?
We were Tusha Pulukong Yamo. Yes, I did.
Can you tell the court how you assisted with this amount?
Ugabu Japoreo Tushtivian Reusno Koja Machine.
Yole ke thalusitse go be a dula le nna le molekane wa ka. Molekane wa ka be ile na ema manta ba ja di funeral arrangement. Nna ke be ke na le ngwana o monnyane wa 3 months.
As I had already indicated that the disease was staying with us, or living with us, so my husband was the one who was in charge of the funeral arrangements, going to various places as part of the arrangements. I, at the time, had a child who was 3 months old.
Ke finance respendile plus minus 12,000.
I was giving him the finances. We spent about 12,000 rands.
Out of chelete ya FNB.
Out of the money from FNB.
Ka ore jenwe ja di burial di be di patetswe e be le in le tsona di be di ta ka mogwa wa di police.
Because other burial costs were paid for, they also came in the form of policies.
Re be re na le package ya Northern Funeral e di leng poloko ka moka.
We had a package with Northern Funeral. They took care of the whole funeral. We were even able to erect the tombstone. In brief, that's how we worked when it comes to the funeral.
And in respect of this charge, how will you plead should this matter goes to trial?
I plead not guilty.
And on count 11, that involved yes, and the worship on count number 10, there is an allegation that the person in a company was one another Mahatu who wanted to apply for a funeral policy and did then and there by means of a said misrepresentation induced First National Bank to issue a funeral cover for an amount of 63,000 with a policy reference number 1557807. I want to clear this allegation. When you go and take out a policy, with who were you?
Ditatofatso tse dingwe molatong wa lesome ke gore ge go bulwa policy ba FNB ba botsitse gore o na le motho kwa kampaneng ya gago wa leina ba reng ke Navel Kutumela yo e leng gore o nyaka go bula policy le FNB ka baka la bofora bo FNB ya feleletša e bula policy ya nomoro 1557870 e leng gore e bile ya 63,000 ya diranta bjale wena ge o yo bula policy o bona le mang o ba ile yo bula policy
ke be ke na le yena Neven.
I was with me
and a ke kwešiše gore ge ba re company ba reng company.
I don't understand what they mean by company. What are they referring to?
That is how they have carved out the chart, but apparently they are referring to First National Bank. And you were with another, is that correct?
Bara ore FNB uba le taba ya gore o ile le yena Navel o bona le Navel.
Ke nnete ke be ke na le yena.
Yes, it is true, I was with him.
And then is that correct that Navel took out that policy?
Ke nnete gore yo Navel o ile a jea police.
We were under my guidance.
Yes, he took out the policy under my guidance.
And he made you a beneficiary according to the allegation. Is that correct?
We are looking at that photo. We la marisha wena ga le ka motho e leng gore he o ka tla bothata e be wena o tsentsa go kopelo ya o ka le felo mashele.
A sena tšering decision ya onta beneficiary re kwanetše le butiage nga le butiage re kwanetše.
He is not the one who took the decision to list me as his beneficiary. That decision was taken by me and his brother.
And when you say his brother, you mean your husband?
Uri utia ura mkhalagora.
Yes.
If I may ask this question again, how did it come that you became a beneficiary?
Renga buchabuchwe ya gabe go tlile bja gore wena ile wena mongwaditšwa kwa policy.
Re le bankeng after re advice wa ga di funeral cover. Le after re kwane gore ne be le swantja be le funeral cover belo ka motho mang le mang wa phelang. Ge da mo party ya beneficiary ka founela yena husband ka mo ja gape re a phomelela ka taba ya go bula funeral cover mara beneficiary re be mang arana re bia we.
When we were at the bank, and we were now advised on how policies work, and this was after we had already agreed that Navel, just like any other living person, must have a funeral policy. When it now came to the part of listing beneficiaries, I then contacted my husband telephonically and then asked him as to what must we do in that respect. And that's when it was agreed, or he said I should be listed as well.
And I might be correct if I can say, should this matter go to trial, your husband will corroborate your version?
Ke tabe ke bolela nnete na enkare ge o ka direga gore molato o ye tshepo monna gago wa mokgala wao o tlo tla a tiišetša goba a kgontiša seo se bolela
a la se kgontiša
se corroborate.
Yes, count number 12, Your Worship. We are through with number 11. Count number 12 involves I support life policy. And there is a policy also that was taken by yourself. It involves the I support insurance. You know about it for the benefit of yourself, and the insured person was not able to do. You know about it.
Well, tatofatso molatong wa bo-12 ke ka mabapi le policy ye jero wena kwa a support Navele a ngwadisitswe go na le seo se tsebago ka policy.
ke a itseba.
Yes, I know.
And if I may, did you know that there was this policy taken for his funeral cover?
Vere o be a tseba na gore yena o tšetšwe policy ya poloko.
Yena Neville o be a sa tsebe.
Navel did not know.
And your husband, who's the brother, did you know about this policy?
Budia even mokgalabo wa gago yena o ba tsebe.
O be a tsebe.
Yes, he did know.
And did he agree to this policy?
O dumetše gore e tšeiwe policy.
O dumetše.
Yes, he agreed.
And there is an allegation that when you took out this policy, you have the intention to have the deceased killed in order to benefit from the accident, the cover, which pays out.
Le tatofatso o tšwela pele ke tša gore wena ge o šala o tšela Neville policy ya poloko o bona le maikemišetšo a go dira gore a bolawe gore wena o kgone go boelwa ke patele go tšwa go policy ye leng gore e patela gabedi.
Go bo se jwalo ge ke tšere e le normal funeral policy ke mo cover as extended family.
It was not like that. When I took out the policy, I took out the policy as an ordinary or a normal funeral policy. Him as my extended family member.
And should this matter goes to trial, how will you plead?
O ka direga molato o ye tsheko o o tlo ke fetolela ka ona.
gore a ke ipone molato.
I will plead by saying not guilty.
And we go to count 18. This involved one Mapari Ephraim Tush. You know Mapari Ephraim Tush?
Re ya go molato wa 13 di tatofatso ta molato di mabapi le Maphari Ephraim Tush. Wa mo tseba Maphari Ephraim Tush?
Ke a mo tseba.
Yes, I know. Maphari Ephraim.
How do you know you?
O mo tseba be?
Ke malome moratho wa bomma.
He is my uncle, my mother's younger sister.
And there is an allegation that you murdered your uncle and that you planned the murder. What's your comment about it?
O ne tatofatso mo tsa gore wena o bolaile malome ya gago ebile polawa ya gage o e golagantse goba o e rerile pele o ka e dira.
A ke di tsebe ditatofatso tse bue.
I don't know anything about those.
But do you know how he died?
Ana e fela wa tseba gore o tlhokofedile?
Ke a tseba.
Yes, I know.
Can you tell this story if you can?
Le gore wa kgona ka botsa gore
Ka jadileng lewe a thokofetseng ka lona le ge ke sa gopola date. Ke fumane call from gae.
on the day that he passed away, even though I do not recall the date, I received a call from home.
What do you mean by who?
Nna motse wa ka o ga matala ga gešo ke moletše ga maleka.
My own home is at Hamatala. My parental home is at Molechi, Malika.
Can you proceed?
Ke founela ke moredi ya ka wa mathomo accuse number 2 are accuse number 3 are maphodisa bomma ba fumane kholo jwa maphodiseng ba re bona le motho o ba mo fumane a thokofetse mo tseleng.
This call I was receiving from my first daughter being accused number 3 in this matter. And she told me that my mother received a call from the police and they were informing her that someone was found in the street.
Someone
was found dead in the street or on the road.
Maphodisa
Where
mo motong.
The answer was at Motu.
Ga o se le shopo ya ga Mosi.
Next to near Mosi shop or Moses shop.
Moredi ya ka ga nthalosetša a re bomma ba re ka mokgo le phodisa le ba fa description ya motho a le mo tseleng bona ba nagana gore ke Isaya.
My daughter went on to say, my mother is saying the description that the police were providing, she thinks fits that of Isaiah.
Isaya ke ngwana mmane moratho wa bona moratho wa bomma.
Isaiah is my maternal aunt's child, my mother's nephew.
a ba mpotsa gore ebile bo butiaka bo thomi ba ile gona ba ile kwa gore na go diegeng.
As he further told me that my brothers, Tommy and others, went there to check what's going on.
Well, ka mang le mang ge o ekwa ba o botsa bothata ka driver ka ya gae.
Just like any ordinary human being, when you hear of problems being reported to you, I drove home.
And then I just like I would tell me about William Morena, ka call.
Whilst we were there at home, Tommy and others reverted back to us through a telephone.
Barana barawa motola mapodisa re ba mohumane a thokofetse re mohumane a se isaya ke malome.
They then said, we found the person the police were reporting to have been found on the road. It is not Isaiah, it is Uncle.
Mara a bona le ana le dintho ba selo o bona la o ka re ke motho a robetseng mo tseleng.
However, he does not appear to have any physical injuries. He appears to be someone who's just sleeping or lying on the road.
Ka gore o be a bereka ana ka mola shopong ya Mosi.
Because he worked there at the Mosi shop.
A be a bereka jalo ka motho wa koloma ka gana ka mola.
He worked there as a cleaner.
Ke ka mokgwa re fumane le kgola malome.
That's how we received my uncle's passing of death.
At the time of his death, was he staying with you or the mother, or was he staying alone?
Kana kwa shala go for kufala. Wabla luena, wabla luma, wabla inoshi.
Malome o be a dula ana kwa mmereko mara ga gabo ke same street le ga gesho.
My uncle used to stay there at the shop. However, his parental home is in the same street as my parental.
And o shetse yena gana ka kwa gae.
And he is the child remaining there at his parental home.
And how old was he at the time of his death?
Kana kwa fokofala o wana le mengwa ya meka.
58, 57.
About 58 or 57 years.
If I may ask, how was his social life?
Engabutisha bophelo ba gage mo setšhabeng be bo lebe.
Rena o tswa go goleng ga rena re o je malome nje o ka re ke firstborn ya bomma e be nje a shika le bomma o twa mo re tswa le jong gona o tswa ga digale e be nje le responsibility ya bomma. And then a ke o bole malome a ile a ba le mosadi. Malome be le motho wa go ke haslela wa go ke phidisha ka di peace job e be le motho wa matsogo a ge.
Okay, sorry. Growing up, we found my uncle's relationship with my mother as one that appeared like my uncle is my mother's firstborn. They were always together, lived closely together. I do not recall my uncle ever having a wife. He was someone who hustled by using his working physically with his hands, doing odd jobs.
And then e be le motho wa go nwa jwala e be a kitsubela.
He drank alcohol, he smoked.
O be a tsuba ntho ngwe le ngwe go tsubiwa.
He smoked anything that could be smoked.
What do you mean by that?
O rabe a mauria.
o be a tsuba dikwai a tsuba le dipatše.
He smoked cigarettes and also daga.
And then jwala o be a sena flavor. O be a no jwala bo ngwe le bo bongwe a bo humana.
When it comes to alcohol, he did not have a favorite type of alcohol. He drank anything that he could lay his hands.
And malume be se motho wa gore nka dia di society nka tsenela di society a ba responsible for yena.
My uncle was also not a person who would join burial societies or other societies in the community. He did not really take such responsibility of himself.
E be le responsibility ya bomma.
He was my mother's responsibility.
Ke ka bokopana ka mphonga le botsa ka malume.
That is, in brief, what I can tell you about my uncle.
Now we go to count 14. That's where the policies are involved. It is alleged that you took a policy on Standard Bank for your uncle, wherein you made yourself a beneficiary.
Well, re tla o molato wa bo 14 ke mo bjale o tsenang taba tša di-policy ditatofatso ke tša gore wena o ile kwa Standard Bank wa bolela malome policy wa ke ngwadisa bjale ka motho e leng gore ke ena a beng le maloka o ka patelwa ge o ka hlaga bothata.
Ke be ke na le yona policy ya malume Standard Bank.
Yes, I had a Standard Bank policy for my uncle.
And it was a funeral policy of the church, is that correct?
O ya ka ditatofatso mola ba re ke policy ya buluku ke nnete.
E be le funeral policy.
Yes, it was a funeral policy.
Upon his death, what happened to the policy?
Ge a se no tlhokofala o writing ka policy.
Policy ya Standard Bank e patetše šetše re bolokile.
The Standard Bank policy was paid out after we had buried my uncle.
And if that is the case now, how did you manage his burial?
Dale, ge le gore go bjang policy patetše mola le šetše le bolokile le kgonne bjang go mmoloka.
Ke kgopela go fa background ya malume le di policy.
I'm asking to give a background of my uncle and policies.
Jalo ka e šetše ke tlhalositše gore malume e be le responsibility ya bomma ene bomma ntše ba sa bereke.
As I have already indicated earlier, that my uncle was my mother's responsibility and my mother was unemployed.
Ene go goleng ga rena bomma ke bona ba re tlhokometše.
Growing up, my mother is the one who was caring for us.
Re tlhokofaletše ke bopapa re sa le dikolong.
Our father passed away whilst we were still in school.
Bomma ba palela ke go boloka bopapa.
My mother could not bury my father.
Wa ba le go la bothoko.
Then his death was even sadder.
Bomma ba tlhokofalela ke bokoko bomma bona.
My mother's mother, who is my grandmother, also passed away.
Bomma ba palela ke go boloka bokoko.
My mother was also unable to bury my grandma.
Le lona ya ba le go la bothoko.
It also was a painful death.
Ya ba gore rena re a gola bana ba bomma.
We then grew up, my mother's children.
Nna ke bile wa mathomo wa go bereka ka mo gae.
I was the first to get employed in the family.
ge ke fetša go joina sephodisa batho ba di-insurance ba fela ba re etela mo mmerekong.
After joining the police force, people from insurance companies would visit us at the workplace
ba thoma gore educator ka lego
and started educating us regarding death.
ke mo ke thomileng go covera family ya gešo ka moka.
That's when I started covering my whole family,
including malome
including my aunt,
ka gore be le responsibility ya bomma.
because he was my mother's responsibility.
Ke mo coverile avbob
I covered him through AVCO
le family ka moka.
and the whole family.
It was around 2008-9
This was around 2008 or 2009.
wa taba metropolitan
Then came people from Metropolitan.
le bona ba re advisa ka di-funeral
They also advised us about cleanup
le di-funeral expenses,
and the expenses associated with them.
and then ke ge ke covera family ka moka le gona
That's when again I covered the whole family
ka lokela le malome.
and included my uncle.
Ge ntse re gola le bophelo bo changea,
As we grew up and life changed,
di-insurance company ntse di re approacha di re botša ka mokgwa e le gore bophelo bo upgrade ka gona.
and insurance companies were approaching us and telling us how life is changing or upgrading.
Le nna ke bona ka mokgwa e le gore batho ba fa batho ba bo bona di-dignified funeral ka gona.
And I was also seeing how other people are giving their family members dignified funerals.
Ke ile ka re ke le Standard Bank ka humana di-policy tša bona di le reasonable go feta tša Metropolitan.
When I was in Standard Bank, I then found that their policies are reasonable.
Ka move di-policy tša ka from Metropolitan ka di iša Standard Bank.
I then moved my policies from Metropolitan to Standard Bank.
And since di-policy di patela ke nna,
Now, since the policies were paid by me,
ke be ke sa tsebe gore nka beya motho o mongwe as beneficiary.
I did not know that I could enlist someone else as a beneficiary.
And then ge ba bangwe ba dilo ta ka morago ka buti ya ka le bosesi ya ka le bona ba thoma go bereka.
Now, when my other siblings, my brothers and sisters, started working,
Ba thoma go ikema le bona.
they started being independent.
Morwalo ola wa ka o fokotšega.
The burden lessened on me.
Ka ba botša gore ke tla šala le malome.
I then told them I will remain with my uncle.
Now, about the Standard Bank policy. Actually, which year did you take this policy?
Well, policy ya Standard Bank we jere ngwaga.
Ke movile from Metropolitan o ka re ka shucks a gopola ka.
I do not recall when I moved it. I moved the policy from Metropolitan to Standard Bank.
But can you well over 10 years?
E ka ba e feta tekano ya mengwaga e 10.
Go tloga Metropolitan wa Standard Bank.
You mean the move from Metropolitan to Standard Bank?
And just since you took out the policy, the federal policy you are under.
Bara e sa le utho mo ba le policy ye ya wa karetsa le malume ya Standard Bank. E ka ba tekano ya gona go twana go ene go fitelane bjale e feta mengwaga e 10.
Go tloga Metropolitan go ya ka Standard Bank.
From Metropolitan to Standard Bank, yes.
Ka gore e be le taba gore ge o ya to a new company ha o sana waiting period.
Because the situation is that when moving from one insurance company to another, there's no waiting period.
Yeah, and we also have on charge count 15, Your Worship. It also involved Mapari Ephraim Toshi and Holland Life Insurance Company. The form and content of the accusation remains the same, Your Worship. And the accused has given us a background in respect of the deceased, who is Mapari Ifrahim Tushi. And it's just for her to confirm to us as to whether she took out a policy from Holland Life Insurance Company for unnatural death of Mapari Ifrahim Tushi. Is that so?
Without that for the time of 15, that for the Sale Mawapili Mapari Ifrahim Tushi, company, their insurance working Holland, Lebakin. Memedu uwonchite mori ufile thaluso yauri utlebyang tawatita policy uri malume abeka harajo nake bero unya go tsiba uri ana ke net uri wena uile watia policy ya Holland utela man
ke net.
Yes, true.
And it's also correct that the amount was 75,000 over the policy of 141,69576. Is that correct? That the amount of the benefit was 75,000?
It didn't to charity over what yona ya more policy near 75,000 Netherlands.
Ke net.
Yeah, that is.
And that policy paid?
Policy on iPad.
But
Yes, it paid.
And that you also have a policy, is that Holland the same as isoport life?
Policy Holland the Israeli as
wrong so.
so.
In that, according to the charge, count 50, is that on the 12th of August 2021, Holland Life Insurance Company deposited an amount of 98,000 into Rais J.R. Shokani's Capitec account to the prejudice of Isopol Life in the amount of 104,000.
Kauri.
Can I confirm with the state just for correction?
Court, please.
For yesterday, something like 980 something.
In fact, it's 98,039 rand and 14 cents.
Oh. And you may continue with that difference. I had a confusion for yesterday. Then there were figures that were mentioned. Thank you. You may continue.
Very Kauri. Urat for the more 12th August 2021. Holland Ilea Patela, Teredeolicana 98,039, Medivanta Livy Sensitive 40, Kara, account ya banka, ya Raiseja Arshoka, Kibanga ya Capitec.
Usual.
Yes, that is so.
And upon this death, did you use the money for the funeral?
That's not Tokofala. We do a Shumisha Teletre Uluka.
Ke boletse gore di-police tša malome di patetse lata ke šomišitše my own savings go mmoloka.
As I indicated, that the policies paid later, this is after the funeral was conducted. I used my own savings.
I've bobo nthušitše go dia poloko ka moka.
Bob helped me with conducting the funeral.
Other funeral expenses re be re thušana.
Other funeral expenses, we were assisting each other.
And then jata ja patela ka morago.
The policies then paid later or after that.
And then ra tsošološana kwa ga bokoko ka bo malome.
We then improved the home of our grandmother, my uncle's parental home, so that the home is not left apart. As I also indicated that my grandmother also passed away, and her tombstone was not good or well erected. We then revamped or erected the tomb.
And then I continue to
And I'm continuing to take care of my grandmother's home.
And maybe can you estimate how much could have been expended in both the tombstone, the revamping of the grandmother's home, as well as the funeral expenses, from which the savings account or your savings account?
Ukari buja na gore ukaba ushumishwe bukai utushulusha leswika la bokuku utushulusha ka kwa gae ga bokuku mo e ngore ubo shumisha savings.
Est-ce que boletse gore a bopoe bolukile cover ya a bopoe e bile plus minus 30,000, and then the swigala malume bile 9,500, and then the funeral cost the gabadi cost level 15,000.
As I indicated that I've conducted the funeral, and the cover there was 30,000 rands. My uncle's tombstone was 9,500 rands, and the funeral costs were around 15,000.
And in respect of the revamping of the grandmother's home,
Utushulusha muzika kwa abogugu,
plus minus 12,000.
we could have used about 12,000.
and is it correct that I had to, in my evidence, that you continue to take care of grandmother's residence?
Ke nnete ko kwile gore o tswela pele o tlhokomela motsola o.
Yes, that
Yes,
Does it involve the monetary part of it?
o tlhokomela o we o amana le mashele.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can you estimate to the court?
Taba o nyaka ba
O ka akanya gore e ka ba bokae gore kgoro e itse.
tšhelete ke re ra tlhokomela ke taba go nyaka batho ba go thagola le go fiela ka kua gae ba e le gore o kgona mo fa 500 ka kgwedi.
By taking care of the home, this is we do this by hiring people to clean the yard, remove weeds, and also clean the property. Per month, the person is paid around 500.
Yes, which means the expense is continuing.
Señalo ya mashele ngitswela pele.
E tswela pele.
Yeah.
And should this matter goes to trial, how are you going to plead?
Molatu ka ya tsheko o tlo ke fetolela ka gore eng o itla go molatu wa 15 go ditatofatso tse.
Nga se ipone molato.
I am going to plead, not plead, I'm not going to plead guilty.
And perhaps before I conclude on this charge, can you tell this court if you know whether a postmortem was done in respect of the deceased, plus your uncle, or not? If it was done, what were the results in that respect?
Well, resale anamo mlatungono ana ukabo tsiba na ore butrule postmortem na kamra wale ko la malona au reluri idiri dipuelo tsa yona dire
postmortem e dilwe ka gore o ishitswe forensic mara a zanga re fumana di-results.
The postmortem was done because it was taken into forensics. However, we never got the results.
I'm asking this question just to go out your worship of the ways, because I watched the TV yesterday at about 7 o'clock, 45, where your aunt was interviewed. And she alleges that when she went to the forensic, she found the deceased having been broken up here and sometimes on the side of the heart, which means that a postmortem was done. But what she attributes that operation was to the effect that he might have been killed.
Also register my objection to that. It appears if Malende colleague is now testifying from the bar, and that is it's all about any objection.
Defense?
Objection accepted. I might rephrase my question.
What I want to again inform you is that avoid testifying for and okay, you can rephrase it.
That's the court places. With the cap in hand, I accept the court's advice. Let's go to count 16. Count number 16. That also involved Jacob Petras Siagamel. You know the deceased.
Galare una clock 16. Bari u ama mutlu barangi Jacob Petras Siakam. Ugaba mkuu wa mzibu.
Ke motse.
Yes, I know him.
How do you know?
Mzibu abia.
Motse ba ile papa wa ngwana Damaris. Damaris ke ngwana mma.
I know him as the father, Damaris. Okay. The father of Damaris' child, Damaris led. Damaris being Damaris is maternal aunt's child.
You are accused of his death. What is your explanation?
Then, ula tufazwa gauri wena ututi ule kula wena ori.
Na ke ditsebe.
I don't know anything else.
Ke no kwa ge tšale Captain Mabunda bala di charge abala le yona we charge.
I just heard this when Captain Mabunda was reading the charges to me, and this was one of the charges that was included.
And then the same day ye ke tshwereng ka yona ge ba dilo mpona thapama ba ntsheja diaparo ka kwa ba mpotsa gore Marisu jo gama ke maphodisa ka di-plastic ba re a ba botse gore nna ke bolaile monna.
The same day I was arrested, later in the day when they came to see me and bring me clothes, they told me that Damaris was suffocated by police using plastic bags, and the police wanted Damaris to tell them that I killed her man.
And then bare ababa wucha warna mo di mo di charge a ona charge ya re bola ile bo mana Damarisa butisha ba go sesia ka warna ka rena se ke go ba motshwara charge ya re bola ile bo mma e gona.
Then Damaris also asked my sisters as to whether amongst the charges am I also not charged or accused of killing my mother.
Ka gore ba be ba mutšha gore na ge bomma ba thokofala ke be ke le kae.
Because they were asking her, asking her, Damaris, as to where was I when my mother passed on.
Ke ka mokgwa ke fumaneng charge ya se ya ka mena.
That's how I became aware of the charge relating to Siakamer.
And the state further pressed that you claimed that matter.
Ditatofatso gape go tswa lefapheng la botšhotšhisi ke gore polao eo ile wa e golaganya wa e rera pele e ka di.
Ke a di gana.
I dispute.
And perhaps before I conclude, can you tell this court if any relationship between you and Damaris, apart from the fact that it's your aunt's daughter?
Mohlomong pele ke roma taba ye o ka botsa kgoro ye gore ana wena Damaris be nna le kgerano ya mofuta mang ntle le taba ya gore le bana ba mamogolo le mmane.
A gona ye nngwe ya ka thoko kgerano ya ka le Damaris o ba re ke nna seseage wa bo mamogolo wa ge ke moratho wa ka wa mmane nna ke godisitse Damaris ke dutse ga bo Damaris re originator ga digale rena, and then ke jo godisa Damaris from birth, and then ge ba re tlo move ke boela gae moletši ka tsamaya le Damaris no ba re Damaris o godisitše ke nna.
There is no any other special relationship besides that I am Damaris' elder sister from her aunt's family, and she's my younger sister from my aunt's family. I raised Damaris because we originate from Madikali, so I went to stay with Damaris, raised there, and when I moved back to Molechi, Damaris went with me.
And being your sister, as you placed on record, perhaps he might have told you how the Jacob Petras Sagamela died.
Dalekare yo Damaris ele moratwa wa abuma. Mohlomongwe a ka ba ile go botsa gore yo Jacob Sagamela o tlhokofetse.
Relationship ya Damaris le Jacob Sagamela ke a itseba le gore bana le ngwana le gore Damaris le ya dula ga bo Jacob, and then Jacob ba thasela ke malwetse a monagano. Damaris ba boya gae ka gore ba re Jacob ba dangerous mo Damaris le ngwana.
I know the relationship between Jacob Sagamela and Damaris, and that they share a child. I also know that at some point Damaris went to stay with Jacob to a point where Jacob started suffering from mental problems, and Damaris had to move back home because Jacob was now a danger to Damaris. She moved back with the child.
And then Elena Jacob o be a re tseba o be a eta gae a ntse a na le mathata na monagano mara o be a no re re dutse a eta a tlo re checka as family.
Jacob also knew us. He would also come to our home, even when he had these mental problems. He would come just to check us as a family.
And bolwetse ba ga zanga bo a rwantšha Damaris le family ya gabo.
The mental illness did not cause separation between Damaris and his family.
Ba bo Jacob ba fela ntse ba mo update le na Damaris gore na go diega eng thuso ba enyaka kae ba sepela kae.
Jacob's family always updated Damaris on Jacob's condition, also indicate where they seek assistance and where they are going for assistance.
And taba jone je we Damaris o be a fela di shera le nna go ka sesia.
And those things Damaris shared with me as a sister.
Le go tho go faleng gare ba mo founetse Damaris.
Even when Jacob passed away, they called Damaris.
Damaris a founela bomma jwale ka mamogolo wa re.
Damaris then called my mother as her maternal aunt.
Ka gore bomma ga ba sa phela.
Because her mother, Damaris' mother, is no longer alive.
Bomma ba boja Damaris o re a namela ate gae.
My mother then told Damaris to travel and come home.
Ke be ke le gae tšatši le la ge ke gopola.
As I recall, I was home on that day.
Ka gore bomma ba be ba sa le motho e le gore ba strong mo mmeleng le bona ntse ba na le malwetse a diswikiri.
Because my mother was at that point someone who was not physically strong. She also suffered from illness.
Ke le ge Damaris a fitlha bomma ba rana ba re iša Damaris ga se ya ka mmela le o kwa gore na mokgoši ke wa eng.
Upon Damaris' arrival, my mother then said, take Damaris to the Siakamela family so that you can hear what the cry is about.
Ka gore a zanga go e ba le kgaogana.
Because the two basically never ended their relationship or parted.
Ka nnete ke ile ka mo iša.
Indeed, I went and I took her there.
E le gore prior to lekgolo la Seakamela ba ile ba informa Damaris gore ba khumanetse Seakamela mo ka re o ta khumana thuso o dula gona ke mo moruting go sešego.
Prior to the death of Seakamela, Seakamela's family told Damaris that they seem to have found help for him at a certain priest in Sishiu where he would be staying.
And then ka nnete re fitlhile ge re fitlha ba ba re tlhalosetša gore wa Jacob o tlhokofetse ka matsogong a moruti mara ba mo humane mo dumping house le ga gagwe.
Upon arrival, the family then told us that Jacob passed away in the care of this priest. However, they found his body at a dumping site nearby.
Ke ka mokgwa re tsebileng le kgola Jacob ka gona.
That's how we became aware of Jacob's death.
And did you agree with the state that you planned that death?
O dumellana le lefapha la botšhotšhisi gore wena o rerile legola yo Jacob?
No.
No.
And when the matter comes to court, should it goes for a trial, how will you plead?
Ge molato o ka dira gore o fitlhe tsheko o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
A ke ipone molato.
I plead not guilty.
Ka ge ebile ke ile ka kwa ka di postmortem results tša ge through Damaris.
More so because of what I heard as the postmortem results through Damaris.
gore ba mmoditse gore o bile di foreign subjects or foreign bodies in the lungs.
That they told her that they found foreign objects or items in the lungs of the deceased.
In Kekaburitani.
That is my response in brief.
And did you took any policy, either funeral or life cover, in respect of Jacob?
Na ukile wa ulela Jacob the policy gaba ya pulugo obayala
No.
ya buphe.
Awa.
No.
And that there was nothing to benefit after his funeral, is that correct?
Says Rauri kamera wa utokofala gabe was not say when now go well also.
Awa.
That is correct.
Your Worship, on count number 18, 17, Worship, I beg your pardon.
Barre aumula pro 17.
It is alleged by the state that on or about the 14th of September 2022 at Mdntv village, Nakuf, in the district of Capricorn, you did unlawfully and with intent to defeat or obstruct the course of justice, placed the deceased body of Jacob Petras Kutumela in a dumping area, which act defeated or obstructed the administration of justice.
Ditatifatso molatungo le bala ka tsela eo ka di latfatso ka di 14 ka September 2022 go bana tsatsing la na lewe kwa makofe motho wa gauswe le gana mowe wena ka mai wena kgatlhano le molao ebile ka maikemišetšo a go šitiša tuka wa tshepedišo ya tuka o phethe o ile wa tšea setupu sa mohu wa se lahla wa se bea kwa lefelong la o lahla ditlakala goba dumping.
It's not true.
Ke nnete se?
Awa.
No.
And if this matter goes to trial, are you going to plead?
Molato ka ya tshepo o tlo ke fetolela ka one
A ke ipone molato.
that I plead not guilty.
Your Worship, count number 18. The charge relates to the fact that on the 20th of April 2022, you applied for accidental death policy and did then and there by means of a said misrepresentation induce FNB to issue an accident death policy on the life of David Siakame and stood to benefit an amount of 1.5 million under policy number CP-0243016.
Re a mora bro 18 ya mo di tsa fetso tsa ona di bala ka gore ka di 20 tsa April 2022 wena o ile wa ya kwa FNB wa ya wa bula policy ka mokgwa o fura o ngwadisa David Siakame o ngwadisa policing ye le gore e tlo patela tšhelete ya lekana 1,500,000 ya diranta ke nnete.
Awa, se nnete le David Siakame la ke mo tsebe.
No, it is not true. I do not even know David Siakame.
Just a minute. You just want to. Yes, the judge further went on to state that you said you are Masipe or Masepe, Damaris Celeb. Is that correct?
Did that for the video? When you FNB, wa kitawuta wa FNB when Masepe. Damaris Celeb, Mukawa with the police, ka maina outway. Ya actually tell 1,500,000 at the time.
I get it, say.
I don't know anything about it.
And further that on the 28th of September, you submitted claim documents at FNB Life for a natural death of David Siakamela, claiming that the deceased David Siakamela was found lying dead in the street, which claim was rejected by FNB.
Ujola Pilemo, Ulat Fajorga 28th September, when we were FNB, Umara Kokoman, FNB, Utencha Kupero ya Upatrelo, Kabaka Lagori Wena, Unale Policy, Ubira Ori, yo David Siakamela, Utoko Faith, Ka Mukau Batzila, Yelumor Asiasa.
I did it, say it,
I don't know anything about those things that have been said.
And have you ever applied for a policy in respect of which we were a beneficiary and on David Siakamela?
Ukile wa jia polisi mo ilungo kwena mwadishwa waoka bateba mashele ndi polisi reigori ukatha sa sisimo David Siakamela.
Oh.
No.
And so this matter goes to trial. How will you plead?
Mulato yatse kumoto kifetule la kawale.
Nagina mulato.
That I am not guilty.
And Your Worship, charge number count 90. It relates to one Mutaba. The judge states that on or about 13 April and at Onia Mutum village in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally caused the death of Puti Martin Mutata, an adult male person. You know this accused, the deceased.
Well, that Fajumla 19 Varaki Dawama Puti Martin Mo Ulat Fajor Garjadler Titinja Ibre Wamutu Wakiri Mutu Gama Ikimishi to Ibekatan Nimala. So now we never Pula Puti Martin Muku Wali Inali Wamutse.
No,
I don't know.
Have you ever seen a person of this name?
Ukilo Buana Mutwali Inali?
No.
No.
And it is further alleged that the matter was planned by yourself.
Ulat Fajarape Ori Pulawe Ulanjwe Pili Ika D.
I give you mail.
I do not that.
And was there any policy that relates to Putin Martin Mutata that might have been taken out by yourself?
Ana una le policy e ngore le ama Putin Martin Mutata e ngore ikaba itere kwena?
No.
No.
Was there any benefits that you will have received or accumulated upon his death?
Ana una le se uta well office now so that's later lo Putin Martin Mutata aga
No.
No.
Ke fopela o tlhalosa gore le yona e tlile jwang taba ya Martin wa no ke sa mo tsebe.
I am asking to explain as to how this matter of Martin came to my knowledge. This person that is unknown.
E rile ka jadile ke tshwarwang ka lona le yona ya ba engwe e le gore Captain Mabunda o e badile ka kwa tseneng ya mothata.
On the day I was arrested, this is one of the charges or allegations Captain Mabunda read to me, and I had training with her.
And then re fitha officing mo ba be ba ntjamenwana gona Captain Mabunda mbutša rena ke tseba Benedictary mothata na.
When we arrived at the office where they were to charge me or uplift my fingerprints, Captain Mabunda then asked me whether I know a person by the name of Benedictary Mutala or Benedict Put
Benedict mothata.
or Benedict Mutala.
E le gore pele ba mputsitse gore na ke tseba Damariselepe na.
Prior to that, they asked me whether I know Damaris Selepe,
Ka ba botša gore ke a mo tseba.
and I told them I know.
Ba re ke ba fe direction ya mo a dulang gona.
They then said I must give them the direction of where she resides.
Ba bitše team members tša bone and then ka ba director gore Damaris o dula kae.
They called their team members and I directed them to where Damaris resides.
And then ke ba mbutša gore Benedict mothata wa mo tseba na.
That's when they asked me whether I know Benedict Mutata.
Ka botša re na ke mo tseba, ona motho ke mo tseba ba re ke Benedict mothata.
I then told them I don't know that person. There's no person I know by that name.
Ke ge e tlo later that day ge ba ka gae ba tlo mpona ba mpotša gore gape Manipeni o tšo gama ke maphodisa ka ditšhekase ba re a bolele gore na o bolaile monna ge a na le mang.
Later that day when my family came to see me, that's when they told me that Aunt Benny was suffocated with the use of plastics by the police, and the police were asking her with whom did she kill her husband.
To note that the defense counsel, Mr. Mutata, is now communicating with the witness through gesture of silence. The witness is now testifying. You're even waving your hands.
May I respond, Your Worship? I'm referring to my Tina advocate, Your Worship.
Yeah, but you are looking at the witness. The court is up here. You'll be able to see.
If that's the case, I'm apologizing.
Thank you. You must avoid that.
Yes, please, the court.
Yes.
And then ke ge monagano o boya gore o ra gore Captain Mabunda be a re Benedict mothata o be a nyako gore Manipeni, ene Manipeni na ke tsebe lwa ga mothata ke tseba ile wa ga Mataba.
That's when it then clicked on me that when Captain Mabunda was saying, do I know Benedict Mutata, he was referring to Aunt Benny. And I don't know Aunt Benny to be bearing the same name of Mutata, but that of Mata.
And then ke ba dlompoja hore monna go o thuntshitswe motong.
That's when they told or informed me that her husband was shot at Mutu.
And then relationship ya ka le Mani-Beni ke hore Mani-Beni ke traditional doctor ya ka gae.
The relationship I have with Aunt Benny is that Aunt Benny is a traditional doctor of the family or in the family.
And then ke mo ke thomileng go ara thuma je ka taba se thunya saka.
That's when I started getting more worried about my fire.
Ore se thunya se jero ka tseba gore se istwe kae ge ba boya ba mpotsa gore bullet engwe ya se ya sepodisa mo la ile re bile ka mo go na le charge ya murder ya se thunya ya motho ke sa mo tsebeng.
Because the firearm was taken away from me, and I did not know what happened to it thereafter. And the police were also saying that amongst the bullets, they found one bullet is not an official SAPS bullet. And on top of that, they were now telling me of charges relating to a person who was shot and was unknown to.
Ke ka boripana ka mphoko be ke nyoko bontsha charge ya Mutata.
That's in brief what I wanted to show regarding the charge of Mutata.
So, if I may ask, do you know when Mr. Mutata was murdered?
What's now Mutata will like the name?
Ke ngwagano.
Yes, it is this year.
How did you know?
Re be re tshwanetse re o Mani-Beni a yo alafa di chiwana.
We were supposed to go to Aunt Benny's place so that she can heal often.
Ba re botsa gore a ka se tsene ka bua o sa shilafetse.
They told us that she cannot enter there because she is unclean,
Monna go thokofetse.
as her husband has passed.
That's when you started to know that she lost her husband.
Ke ka nako eo o thomile go tseba gore o latlhegetswe ke mang.
Ke ka nako ebile ke ka nako e ke thomile go tseba gore monna Mani-Beni ke wa ga Mutata.
Yes, it was also at the time that I got to know that Aunt Benny's husband is from or bears the same name, Mutata.
Your worship, I can see it's 11 o'clock. I don't know how far you want to proceed.
I'm still waiting for the question. I will find from the state what is the position.
I think we should take a tea break.
A tea break.
That's the court.
Until 6:15. Right.
That's the court.
The court shall adjourn for tea and let's ensure that's the court.
All right, I am These are for Mumra 20 Moma 30, we are only 31 October 2019. Amoreji, Shumisha, Le o swara o ba go lena tšhelete e ka lekanao 100,000 tšhelete e leng gore be le tseba gabotse ba be le tshwanetse ba le tsebe gore ke tšhelete e tšwago go mediro ya go se be molaong ba tšwela pele ba latofatšwa gore ka nako ka moka ge lena ba latofatšwa le dira se be le se dira ka morero o tee ana ge ba re morero o tee wa kwešiša gore ba ra gore
awa ke kwešiše.
no, I don't understand.
If I may ask, is there any act which relates to an amount of 100,000 rand that you might have received or give to accused number 1 or 2 that might have arisen from the previous policies that might have been paid to you, which the state alleges that you either made that or defrauded the insurances?
Ana o ka bona le tšhelete le kana 100,000 ye wena o tseba mo ya moriti ba šomiša ba wa e fa molaotlhwatlhwa wa bobedi wa boraro tšhelete e leng gore e be e tšwa go dipatlele tša dipolisi tše lefapha la botšhotšhisi le latofatšwa gore wena o patetše tšona ka baka la go bolaya bago le go manage dikampani tše tša di-insurance.
ga ke gopole.
No, I don't recall.
Now, should this matter comes before court for trial, how will you plead?
ge molato o ka ya tshekong o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
ba ge dikolo fees ke a kgona go mo lokela tšhelete gore a patelele baratho ba ge dikolo fees ka gore nna le technology ya mpalela.
Things like paying the fees, educational fees of her siblings, because myself, I'm not good with technology.
Same applies to accused number 2.
The same applies to accused number 2.
Ke a kgona gore ke tshwere tšhelete go na le ke ke nyaka ntiela tšona ke mo romele yona.
I am able, when I have money, to send it to her so that she can do things for me that I, at the time, not able to.
Jwalo ka e le motho a phelang Gauteng kudu.
As she is a person who is based mostly in the Gauteng.
Ge o na le dilo tše ke nyaka nrekela ka Gauteng o tshwana di furniture le dilo tše e le gore nako nngwe ke dia ka tšona di business ke a kgona go mo romela tšhelete a nrekele tšona.
When I want to acquire things like furniture and other things for the operation of the business, I am able to send her money so that she can get them for me.
Ke a kgona go mo romela tšhelete ge šetše ke nyaka koloi ke motho wa go sepela di-auction.
I am able to send her money when I am looking to buy a motor vehicle, because she is a person who goes often to auction house.
Mara all in all di tšhelete re a romelana.
All in all, or in essence, we do send each other.
A ona e le gore ke tseba e le ya bofora.
I don't know of any money that we send to each other that was acquired through fraudulent.
Ebile a ona e ke mo romelang ka go itšhabiša.
And there is no money I send to her as a way of hiding or concealing.
And should this matter goes to court, what then will be your plea?
Molato o ka tswela pelo ya setso ba o phara ka tlafatuje o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
A ke ipone molato.
but I plead not guilty.
Worship count number 22. It is the same as count number 21. I'm just going to read the charge and ask the accused to tell the court this how you will plead, because it's a pattern that can be answered in charge number 21 without wasting court's time. The judge states as follows that you are guilty of contravention of Section 6, read with Section 1 and 8 of the Prevention of Organized Crime, Act 121 of 1998, acquisition, the use or possession of property which is the proceeds of unlawful activity. In that, during the period 12-18 to 18 March 2020, and near Polokwane, the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally acquire, the use, possess property well knowing or where they ought to have known that the property to which monies amounted to approximately 975,000. And that the state will argue that you were furthering or you had a common purpose with accused number 1 and 2 in the acquisition and the use or possession of the properties. You know any property that you might have acquired during from the 12th to the 18th of March 2020.
I take it you are saying at least 2 and 3, because you said 1 and 2.
Yeah.
2 and 3.
2 and 3.
molato wa bo 22 tatofatso tša ona ke tše latela gore o tloa letšatšing la di 12 tša March ya go tšatši la di 18 tša March ngwaga wa 2020 ana mo Polokwane seleteng sa Cape wena ka maikemišetšo le kgahlanong le molao o ile wa amogela wa šomiša wa ba le tšhelete ye mo go wena tšhelete ye e leng gore e lekana 975,000 ya diranta tšhelete ye e leng gore o bo tseba gabotse goba o bo swantse ba o tsebe gore ke tšhelete ye e leng gore ke karolo ya mediro goba ke karolo ya go tšwa go mediro ya go ba kgahlanong le molao ebile lefapha la botšhotšhisi le tšwela pele go latofatša goba le tlo nganga ka gore wena molatofatši wa bobedi le wa boraro ka dinako ka moka ge se se direga be le tšwetša pele morero o tee bjale moemedi o ya go tseba gore o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
ke tlo iphetolela ka gore ke na molato.
I will plead not guilty.
Is there an explanation that you give for the purpose?
O na le tlhaloso yo nyaka mo efa gore ka baka la eng o tlo ke fetolela ka gore ga o pone molato.
A ona tšhelete ke ile ka e fumana ka bofora.
There is no money that I received fraudulent.
A ona property e ke e šomišang ka bofora unless ba
Do you mean fraudulent?
Indeed, sir.
Eh.
azange ngiyifumana.
No, I never received.
Is there any monies that maybe you might have received that matches the amount that appears on this account?
Efela, ana gona le tšhelete eo kileng wa e amogela wa e hwetša e lekanang palo ye.
Where was the money from?
Tšhelete e bejwa
FNB.
FNB.
And it was in respect of law.
E be le mabapi e be le eng tšhelete nkane FNB be yo o romela wa e o patela tšhelete.
Ile accidental death cover.
It was for an accidental death cover.
Am I correct? If I say, was it in respect of count 1 of no?
Ke tabe ke bolela nnete na ge ke re tšhelete ye e be le ya accidental death cover ya mokgo molatong wa mathomo e beng moko Sydney Monta. Yeah.
And then did you launder the money by depositing, say, into the account of accused number 2 and 3?
Ana wile wa phatlalatša tšhelete ka o e romela dibankeng tša molatofatšo wa bobedi wa boraro e le tsela ya go ikhutiša.
A se ke phatlalatše ke ikhutiša.
No, I did not launder. In other words, I did not deposit the money into the account as a way of concealing.
What might have been the reason?
Lebaka e be leng la gore we romele di bankeng tša bona.
E be le o share di responsibility.
The reason was to share responsibility.
Ka ke be ke šetše ke tlhalositše gore morwedi ya ka o gotše.
As I have already indicated that my daughter is an adult.
O be a le sekolong
She was at school.
gore a khumane tšhelete tshwantše ke mo transferele.
In order for her to have or receive money, I must transfer.
Le go nthuša ka tše ngwe tše ke tebe ke nyaka nthuša.
Also to make it possible for her to assist me with things I wanted her to assist me.
Accused number 2 ke tlhalositše gore ke motho wa phela Gauteng.
As for accused number 2, I explained that she's a person who spends most time in the Gauteng province.
Ene nna ke familia le Gauteng.
Whereas I'm not familiar with the Gauteng province.
Mara o be a kgona gore ga bona dilo tše di botse a mpotše.
However, she would always tell me when she sees nice or beautiful.
And then ke mo romele tšhelete a nrekele.
And I would send her money so that she can buy them for me.
And when this matter goes to court, how will you plead?
Molato ya pela gore ya tsheko o ya tsheko ba o latofatsa ka dikafatso tše o to ke fetolela ka gore
Nka se ipone molato.
I will not plead guilty.
We are now moving to count number 24. Release to section 6. Where with section 1 and 8 of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act 121/1998 acquisition, use or possession of property which is the proceeds of a lawful activity. It states that, if I may read for you, comment on that, that on the 13th of October 2022 in Nyapologwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally acquire, use, or possess the property well knowing or where they ought to have known that the property to which monies amount to approximately 60,000 rand. Do you remember any amount that we might have had during or not during on the 13th of October?
We are all Malatu 24 that Jaona Ditavori Wamoreti, Pilite, Wabe Washumisha, Washumisha, Waswara Mowena, Telete, ye Elegana 60,000 ya the rand. Where say Sidragati Anaqua, which I think was 13 October 2022. Ana Upola Napumene Wukile wa Morela, wa Sarachere Jalu. I don't remember.
And should this matter goes to court, how will you plead?
Then when I drove by Horunga Tech, wow, Paragata for the jail, we took a Lagao. I will say I will plead not guilty.
Count number 25, worship. Also involve section 4, read with section 1 and 8 of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act 121 of 1998. It's money laundering. The state alleges that on the 13th of October, and on near Pologwan in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally, well knowing or where they ought to have known that the property to which monies amounted to approximately 200,000 rand were or formed part of the proceeds of unlawful activities to withdraw. And those monies were deposited in accused number 1 and 2's account, which then amounts to a common purpose.
Can I have the figure again?
200,000.
You wanted to comment on that?
Yes, I wanted to comment on as to whether he knew about any 200,000 rand that he received on this date, the 13th of October 2022.
Baram la 25 Malatu no ya kalita fatu gravity anakwa 13 October 2022 mukulukwano wakashukwana splitting sa Capricorn mo ilongore wena utsiba ga butsiwa o shwantu ba utsiba gore thelete le kana 200,000 ya rand ke thelete ilongore ke karulo ya thelete tswang go mediro ya go ba kgatlhanong le molao e beng bosenyi ba bofuma le ge o e bjalo wena wa tšea tšhelete ka bonnyane o e romela ka ra dibanka tša gago goba di-account tše dingwe tša gago tša dibanka goba mo wa iša wa e romela ka ra di-account tša dibanka tša molaotlhakwa bobedi lwa boraro ka o dira bjalo ya ba gore re tšwetša pele morero o tee bjale ke nyako tseba gore wena nakong ene o gopola o kile wa amogela tšhelete ya o lekana 200,000.
I get a ball.
I don't remember that.
And so this matter go to court for trial, how will you plead?
Malatu ka FIFA tseko o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
Ka ora ke ipone molato.
I will plead not guilty.
Well, actually, maybe if before we start on count number 26. I'm feeling somehow drowsy. If you may take a 5-minute break. It's very hot, drowsy. Just 20 minutes.
The court shall adjourn now for 5 minutes. It means 12 o'clock or so will be coming back.
Anakwala tsatsing kgwedi la di-4 tsa May kwa Sebokeng o ba gauswi le Sebokeng seleteng sa Sedibeng ka maikemišetšo kgatlhanong le molao ba latofatšwa tseleng ya Forgeville wa mmeleng wa Forgeville le tlhotše lehu la Stradom Raiders motho o mogolo wa senna ana Stradom Raiders wa motse
o mwana ga matho a ke mo tsebe.
I have never laid eyes on him. I don't know him by sight.
How did you know him?
Mo tsebile
Ke be ke mo tseba e le boyfriend ya accused number 2.
I knew him to be accused number 2's boyfriend.
That is the only way in which you know him.
Ke yona tsela fela mo tsebang gae.
Le gore ba ba ile ba ta ba nyala.
Also that his family once came to marry.
Do you perhaps know the date as to when that marriage took place?
O ka ba o tseba gore na lenyalo le bue le diragetse
Mo ka 2016 mara a sa le sure ka di kgwedi 2016 o ya mafelelong ke no ga ke sa uba sure mara somewhere ana mole
around 2016 towards the end. Actually I'm not even sure of the year, but somewhere around that time.
And what the state is saying, it's saying you might not have known straight off, but you plan straight on bed with accused number 2, as you will see as we progress. That's your comment.
Lefapha la botšhotšhisi le re ba no go sa mo tsebe straight ka matlho o sa mo tsebe e fela o ile wa rera lo rulaganya polao ya gage straight wena o re
a ke di tsebe tatofatšo tšeo ke a di gana.
I know nothing about those allegations. I dispute.
And how will you plead to the mental to court?
Re molato ka ya gorong o sekwa o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
gore a ke ipone molato.
I'll plead by saying I'm not
on count number 27, the state is that you claimed a policy of about 1,500,000 from the FNB life for unnatural death of 3 donators, claiming to be the spouse, which FNB life rejected the claim. Count 27. The state prosecutor is indicating that it's for count number 2, but it's a continuation of from 26. Your Worship, we then go to to money laundering case, that is count 7, 8, 29, 30. That is money laundering.
Yeah, we count number
30, because those are the charges which were added on Wednesday. It involves accused number 1 on the basis that it's a money laundering.
count 8.
Yes, count 8. Yes. Is that during June to July 2018-19, and Edward Niapologwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally, well knowing and aware they ought to have known that the property to which monies amounting to approximately 274,000 rand were or formed part of the proceeds of unlawful activities, to wit, thereby accused number 2 deposited a portion of cash which I absolutely feel that is not appropriate. Because I'm a very stupid person. Leave it so. So you are saying should this matter goes to court, how are you going to plead?
Ore molato o ka tswela pele wa ya forong o tlo ke fetolela ka hore
a ke ipone molato.
I did not give.
Count 3-1, Your Worship. It relates to the murder of one Gordon Borateng Asikamu, if I'm correct. That on the 6th of June 2020, at Onia Maclare village in the district of Sikukune, the accused it unlawfully and intentionally caused the death of Gordon Borateng Asikamu, an adult male person. Do you know Gordon Borateng?
Malatua utetuan di tafadza ona kita pulao ore o Brian Gordon Borateng Asikamu ditafadza kita ore kama ikemishetso le khatlana le molao futhi le gola Gordon Borateng Asikamu kwa motseng wa Maverekeng seliting sa Sekufu mokgo wa re ke Gordon Borateng Asikamu wa motseng.
Ke a mo tseba.
Yes, I know it.
How do you know it?
Mo tseba.
Ke mo tseba ile ena e be le boyfriend ya accused number 2.
He was also the boyfriend of accused number 2.
Was the boyfriend before or after Strelo?
Even the boyfriend pele a ratana le Strelo mo ka morao ga mo
A morao.
after.
Do you know how he died?
Ana wa tseba gore o tlhokofetswe.
Ke a tseba.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the court how Gordon Borateng died?
O ka botsa gore gore yo Gordon Borateng o tlhokofetswe.
Ke boditse gore ba kumana swele maoto ka monto.
I was told that they found that his legs were bent inside the house.
Then who told you about it?
Ke manga o jengata.
Ke ena accused number 2.
It is accused number 2.
The state will say that they will aver that you planned the murder of Gordon Borateng Asikamu together with accused number 2. How did you explain this allegation?
El fabala utshutisi le so nganga gore o rula ntse le go la yo Gordon Borateng ga mmogo le molaofatso wa bobedi wena o ka tlhalosa o reng ka ditatofatso.
Ke ta diganetša.
I will dispute that.
Perhaps you can tell the court why you say so.
Nko mo ka botsa gore gore ke ka baka la eng gore
Na ona ka mokgokile ka plana le gola o rate ka gona.
I in no way planned the death of Borateng.
Le gana mowe ba reng o tlhokofaletse gona ka o tsebe.
Even
Ke be ke sa o tsebe.
the place where they are saying he passed away or died at, I did not know it.
A ke tsebe selo gore o diaetseng prio le gola o rate.
I don't know what happened prior to Borateng's death.
And have you ever met the deceased?
Mokile wa kopana le ena mo
ee
yeah
When did you meet your sister?
guy
a na kua gae moletši
there at home in Malaysia.
And it was in which year or which month?
E be le ka ngwaga o mofe wa kgwedi efe?
a ke sa gopola relationship ya bona ke yaneng
I do
mara
not-
ke ile ka mo meeta o rateng
I don't remember as to when was their relationship, but I did meet Urateng some.
Do you attend the funeral? of your sister?
We le wa ya le phongli sesel?
aowa
No.
And did your sister inform you as to whether Gordon was shot or not?
Ana yena o kile a o botsa ba sesel gore yo Gordon o na le di-policy tsa ditshore?
aowa
No.
Your worship, it seems that this is the last, just going to round up Rachel, you know that you are asking the court to release you on bail, is that correct?
ee
Bjale wa tseba ke gore o kgopela kgoro ye gore e bolokolle ka pele e bjale?
ee go jwane
Yes, that is correct.
If the court releases you on bail, you'll be able to attend your trial.
Ge o ka dira gore kgoro e bolokolle ka pele o tlo kgona go tla go seka molato wa gago?
ee ke tlo kgona
Yes, I will be able.
And again, if the court releases you on bail, will you interfere with the state witnesses?
Gape ge o ka dira gore kgoro e bolokolle ka pele a na o tlo tshwenyana le ditsatsi tše lefapha la botšhotšhisi le ka nyakang go di bitša?
aowa
No.
And do you know any state witness in all these murder charges?
Go di melato e ka moka o latlhotswa ka yona ya polao dithatsi tše lefapha la botšhotšhisi le ka di bitšago wa di tseba?
aowa
No.
What other reasons can you tell the court to release you on bail?
Ke ya mafe mabaka a mangwe a o ka botšago kgoro ye go direla gore e o lokolle ka bail?
ke šomišane le bona go toga go tshwareng gaka goba go to fitlhagane jalo
I cooperated with them since my arrest until now.
ke tsebile gore ke a nyakišišwa a senke ke le ka go tšhaba goba go thapelela dinyakišišo
I became aware or knew that I was under investigation, and I never attempted to interfere with the investigation or to obstruct the investigation.
ke modudi wa mo polokwane khotho e ka se a se kgole le nna nka kgona go attenda nako ngwe le ngwe ba nnyakang
I'm a resident of Polokwane, and this court is not far from where I reside, so the court won't be looking for.
and then ke na le bana ba bannyane ba ba sa nyakang tlhokomelo yaka
I have young children who still need my care.
ene ke motho wa phelang ka bolwetse ba swikiri
I am a person who suffers from diabetes.
tse e le gore e na le go nyaka dijo tse di-special
That is an illness that requires a special diet.
ke ya mangwe a mabaka nka kgopela kgoro gore a nlokolle ke seke molato o ke le ka ntle
Those are some of the other reasons the court should know in order to release me on bail
And,
or to release me to the outside.
if the court releases you on bail and puts some conditions, will you be able to respect and attest to those conditions?
Yo ka dira gore e just professor o lokolla ka pele fela e o beele mellano ba ditsae tse o swantse di latela o obamela o tlo latela lo o obamela taelo tse o obamelwa.
ke tlo di latela.
If the court releases you on bail and says that you must report at least once or twice a week at the nearest police station, which nearest police station will be able to report as ordered?
E gore ka lokolla ka pele fela ya bea taelo ya gore batiwa abedi mo bekeng o ye o ke tsebišo wa go bonagatša police station ya gaufi ke police station efe ye o ka kgonang o ke iša go yona le ka taelo ya kgona
SAPS Matlala.
SAPS Matlala.
And if you are released on bail, will you endanger the safety of the criminal justice system?
O ka lokollwa ka bail ana o ka bea kotsing tshepedišo ya go sekiša goba go lebantšha goba go lweša bosenyi.
Aowa.
No.
And in your evidence in chief, you stated that your last born is 3 years old. Am I correct?
O botsatsi o fa mo o boletse taba gore ngwana wa mafelo na le mengwaga e meraro ke nnete.
Ke nnete.
That is
Who is looking after the child at the moment?
ka se sebaka ke mang a tlhokometseng ngwana?
Ke molekane wa ka le di-siblings tša ka godimo gare.
My partner or spouse and child siblings who are older.
By the way, is your spouse or your husband employed, working?
Etsi molekane wa gago wa bereka o thotse bjale ka mmereki.
Wa šoma.
Is employed. Works.
What is he doing?
O bereka o dire.
Ke morutiši.
He is an educator.
Should perhaps know the weaknesses at the later stage while you are released on bail. Will you interfere with those state weaknesses?
O ka direga gore o re mola o lokolotswe o feleletse o tseba ditlhatsi tse e leng gore lefapha la botšhotšhisi le ka di bitša go fa botlhatsi molatong o tlo tshwenyana le tlhatsi tse.
Aowa.
No.
And do you have any assets, perhaps? And if you have them, what is the value of those assets?
O ne phahlo wa thuto e leng gore e na le boleng ge e le gore thuto wa phahlo e gona o ka re botša theko ba boleng ba phahlo e.
Ke na le ntlo ya metsemagae a ke tse gore ge o ka re wa e rekiša ka ba bokae a ke tse di-value tša dintlo tša metsemagae.
I have a house which is built on traditional land owned by the local traditional council. I don't know how much or the value of the house if it were to be sold.
Ke plus minus 10 roomed house.
It has plus minus 10 rooms.
Ke na le Toyota Cressida ya station Hogan.
I have a motor vehicle, make is a Toyota, model is a Cressida. Your model one?
For 1979,
It's a 1979.
it got worth
It's a station
15,000.
wagon. And it could be worth 15,000.
Kinale Toyota Land Cruise
I have a Toyota Land Cruiser,
2010 model.
the 2010 model.
It got worth about 90,000.
Could be about 90,000 rand worth.
And I get a kitchen and jump halabak.
You are referring to my assets and not my husband.
Ernale Toyota VVTI.
We have a Toyota, which is a VVTI.
Your nigga with less than 100,000. Kia Khalia 2010 model.
It's an old model, 2010 model. It could be worth less than 100,000.
And do you have assets maybe outside the borders of the Republic?
And now Governor Lepato, two year Yelongori, in Kerana, Africa, Buraka.
No, how?
No?
And you initially indicated that you don't have a passport, am I correct?
I got billing of our passport of now.
How? Can I?
Correct, I don't have.
Maybe should you be released of the how much can you afford?
Kadre or Udumel Loka Sekamla, two Itan take a bay, Uka Fona, Fisella, Patla.
Governor 5,000 rand.
5,000.
Is there any, do you have any assets? Now move up, that are not registered.
Ana onale di pato. E kaba pato e no re kgona o shutishwa. Go ba pato e ngori ke se bope o sa na ke moago I shoot tse e ngori a di angwa di shwa maeneng a ga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you tell the court what are those assets?
O ka botsa gore re tutu wa pato e working.
You're not Toyota Land Cruiser so much more my name.
The Toyota Land Cruiser is not registered in my name.
And then only Range Rover Leona so much more my name.
There was also a Range Rover not registered in my name.
What is the value of that Range Rover?
Range Rover yona take over building by yona.
I cover 120,000. Model wa khale.
It's an old model. It could be around 120,000 rand.
Can you perhaps tell the court why those assets are not registered in your names?
Ana o ka botsa gore o ka bakala eng di sa ngwatshwa maina.
Saleke Roma accused number 2 for a direct auction. After the regular auction, Razanagara COVID. And then Otoagara COVID, Azangare Isa Welela will change ownership.
I had since sent accused number 2 to go and buy these vehicles at an auction. And shortly thereafter, we entered the era of COVID-19, and since then we did not change the ownership.
So from the charges that I have taken you through, up until charge number 51, you tell the court whether the state has a strong case against you or not.
Well, umela tue itafazo za ona teki o beke o thusa o fatlela mo pela forga jona ya mathomo wa fela ya 31 e mo re ama wa ana wena o ka botsa gore o lebeletse lefapha la botšhotšhisi le ne bohlatsi bo botile goba aowa kgahlanong le wena?
na o ya ka nna kgoro a ena botlhatsi bo bo dileng kgatlhanong le nna.
According to me, the court does not have strong evidence against it.
ke ka mo ke reng ke ikemišetše o reta ya trialeng.
That's why I am intended on going for trial.
And, Your Worship, that is all in respect of the accused number one.
Evidence in chief.
It's evidence in chief, Your Worship. As the court pleases.
Memeri uri ta emisha na moka utereta ya ka matra kulo matho.
Accused, I will now afford the state an opportunity to cross-examine you on the evidence that you so far have.
Ebele mala khona ka se sebaka ke tlo fa mothusi sebaka sa o tlhaba ka diputšisho godimo ga bohlatsi bo o file o fitela ka se seo.
Listen to the question and then you advocate.
As a conscious. Now, ma'am, you indicated when you started with your evidence in chief that you are a police safe. So,
Me o boletše mo ge o thoma ka o fa bohlatsi gore wena o lepodisa maemo ao ka sepodiseng ke a bosatše.
Ee go jwale.
Yes, that is.
and you said you have been a police officer since 2006. Is that correct?
Wa bolela le gore o isa lo iba lepodisa go tloga ka 2006.
go jwale.
That is.
And perhaps what you did not put on record is that which unit of the police are you attached to, where you are now placed in Sonobara?
Motho mongwe a se wa tšweletša o kgoro ye gore wena ka mo sepodiseng o šomela ka lefapeng le lefe la sepodisa ka ge o beilwe o šoma kwa Sonobara.
ba nyaka Sonobara bona fela go ba go toga ke tsene ka sepodiseng.
Do you want the unit I am working in at Sonobara or other units throughout my police career?
Let's bring it to Sonobara, where you were the time when you were arrested. What unit were you attached to?
A re tliše go kwa Sonobara mo o swere o le gona gore ge o le kwa Sonobara o bo bereka lefapeng lefe la sepodisa?
ke bereka community service center.
Community service center.
mo e le gore ke attenda di-complain.
Where my duties are to attend to complaints
le go effecta di-arrest.
and effect arrests.
And this, the jurisdiction of this police station where you are at Sonobara, does not cover Seshego area and does not cover Western Bay area, is that not so?
Bjale, vague ya Sonobara, SAPS Sonobara, a e akaretše Seshego le Western.
Aowa.
Correct.
Right. Now, one can easily assume you are an experienced policewoman, having been with the police force since 2006.
Motho ge a lebeletše taba ya gore e sa le o thoma go ba mosadi wa lepodisa go tloga ka 2006 o motho e leng gore o na le maitemogelo a mantši ka mo sepodiseng.
go jwale.
That is.
And as an experienced police officer, when you attend to crime scenes, you would be required to put in a statement of what you found when you attended to the crime scenes. Not so?
Bjale ka lepodisa la go ba le maitemogelo a go tsenelela ba mantši ge o ile sineng o tshwanetse gore o gatiše statement sa gore ke eng se o se kgweditše kwa sineng. That is
More so when you attend such scenes, cleared in police uniform and driving a state vehicle. Not so?
kudu ge o ya lefelong la tiragalo o apere uniform o felelela ebile o otlela sefatanaga sa sepodisi. That is.
The reason I'm asking you this is because you indicated that you attended one scene where your aunt was burned in a shack. And I did not hear you saying there that you filed any statement in any police docket with regards to that case. Remember that?
Lebaka la gore go botšiše dipotso tše ke ka baka la gore ke kwile ge o ifa bohlatsi mo o re o ile wa ya lefelong la tiragalo mo e leng gore ragadi o be a fišeditšwe ka gara mokhukhu e fela a se ka o kwa o bolela selo ka taba ya gore o rile o hwetša se o se hwetšago kwa wa gatiša statement mabapi le se o se bone wa o se hweditše kwa.
Nna ke be ke se ke kwa as a member o ba meditše go tlo attenda scene.
I did not go there as a member who was called to attend to the scene.
It's fine. But you're the first police officer on the scene?
Uluki. Ibe le wena lepodisa la mathomo fihla kwa lefelong la tiragalo. That is so.
Now, let's move. The charges you face, you've already been told that they fall within Schedule 6 of the Criminal Procedure, right?
Di tatofatso wa melato ye wena o lebaneng le yone o šetše o boditšwe gore e wela ka lešakeng ba legorong la botshela ge o lebeletšwe mananeo a bosenyi go ya le ka molao wa o laola tshepedišo ya tsheko ya melato ya bosenyi. That is so.
And as an experienced police officer, you know that you have to show exceptional circumstances that warrant your release. Not so?
Bjale ka lepodisa la o ba le maitemogelo ka mo sepodising wa tseba gore ge motho a lebane le melato ya go tshwana le o tshwanetse go bontšha gore o na le mabaka ao a ikgethilego a ka kgatlhaotho ka gore a lokolwe ka pele. Again. That is.
Now let's take you to the reasons why you want to be released.
Bale a re go mabaka a e leng gore wena wa tšweleditše bjale ka mabaka a e leng gore o nyaka kgoro e a lebelele go lokolola ka pele.
One is that you cooperated with the police since your arrest.
Sa mathomo ko gore o šomišane le bona maphodisa go tloa nako e ba o swara.
You think that is a exceptional circumstance?
That is so. O nagana gore le o lebaka ke lebaka le le kgethilego gore motho a ka lokolwa ka pele. Yes, I think so.
And this cooperation that you did with the police, what does it entail? What did you do?
Ge o re o šomišane le bona maphodisa
young child has appropriate parental care because the father is there, not so.
Se se ra gore ngwana o khwetsa tlhokomelo ya maleba ya botswadi ka gore papa yo
for matšatši a leng gona.
yes, for the days that he's at home.
And even when you were outside, you would go to work, but this child will still be cared for, not so.
Lo ena ke re ge o se ka kgolegong o bo ya mmerekong ngwana no sala tlhokomelo.
Ba šala di-daycare center.
They remain at the daycare center.
That's very important. You did not tell us earlier, because I would have asked, did at any stage, following your incarceration, terminate the daycare contract that you had with this child?
Tlabe o fetsa go ibolela ke botlhokwa kudu ka enke o ile wa itsweletsa ka nako wena o ifa botlhatsi be ke tlabe ke botsisitse ka gore wena gore bana ba šala daycare ana mola o swarwa ana kwano ye o lebe nayo le ba daycare le ifedisitse na.
Now, in simple terms, was the child taken out of the daycare because you were incarcerated?
We bea ka polelo e bonolo ngwano mola wena o swara ana o ile a emiswa ba ntshiwa ka daycare.
Aowa.
No.
Right. So, if your husband's leave days were to end, your child will still be at the daycare.
Se se ra gore ge monna wa fella ke matšatši a dife a swanela ko boela mmereko ngwana o tlo šala ka fase a tlhokomelo ya ba daycare a go bjana
Ka ba bolela ba re ya daycare ge ba tšhaiša thapama mogala ba ka o dula di-quarterseng.
as you are saying that they will remain in the care of the daycare after daycare they won't be in daycare because my husband resides at the quarters of a rental place.
Okay, let's give the court a clear picture now. Your husband does not stay at home, but he stays at the quarters when he's at work. Is that what you're saying?
Arfe gore se bope wa botse mogala wa gago ge a le mmereko a boe gae tšatši ka tšatši o dula di-quarters.
Ijwang.
That is how it is.
And you, as a police woman as well, who's working for the CSC, you would work day shift, you would work night shift. Not so?
Wena bjale ka mosala diphodisa ge o immerekong go tlo ba le nako mo e leng gore o bereka shift ya motshegare a ba le nako mo e leng gore o bereka shift ya bošima ga o bjale.
O jwang.
That is.
And during that time, your husband would still be at the quarters.
Ka nako eo mogala wa o tlabe a saleana kwa di-quarters.
Ge ke tsena night shift o boya gae.
When I work night shift, he comes home.
So it's not far from where he works that he cannot come home and look after the child. He's also incarcerated. Also.
Se se ra gore kwa dula mona di-quarterseng a se kgole le gae ke sona se se dirang gore o ra gore a ka kgona go ka boya gae a ba le bana ge bona o ka kgolego.
Ke gole le go ya le ka dilo tse ba tšhaišang ka tšona.
It is far also taking into account their knocking off time.
And what time do educators knock off?
Ba rutiši ba tšhaiša nako.
Ba tšhaiša ka 4 ba ba le di-afternoon studies ba tšhaiša ka 9.
They knock off at 4 and have afternoon studies where they will knock off or finish at 9.
And that would not have prevented him to come back home when you're doing night shifts. Is that not so?
Ka nako wena o bereka di-night shift a tšhaiša ka 4 a e ba le di-afternoon study a tšhaiša ka 9 seo be se sa mo palediše gore a boye gae a be le bana.
O ba le di-arrangements ge ke tsena di-night o dia di-arrangements from mmerekong.
When I am working night shift, he makes arrangements at work so that he can come home.
You'll make arrangements for this child now. You're incarcerated.
Orare, ani bjalo ka kgolego o dira di-arrangements ba diakanyo tšana tše gore a kgone go ya gae a tšhaile.
You, unless you want to comment.
ntle le go nyako fahlela mabapi le se ke fetša mo se bolela.
No, ge kgoro e re yang.
If the court says so.
Thank you. The
Yes, you can comment.
Kgoro e re fahlela.
The court says so.
as the court
Kgoro e re fahlela.
Ge kgoro e re di-arrangement di ka dio gore a re o tsaya di-arrangement.
Yeah, if the court is saying the arrangements he can make arrangements, then he will go and make arrangements.
and it's easy to make those arrangements because he's been making them before.
Ora o bonolo o dira dipeakanyo tse go ba di-arrangements o kare a se ntho e ntshwa wena o ba ntša di dira le pele.
E ka se ba ntho e bonolo ka gore le matšatši a tla tshwanela gore a oketšwe ra gore totally a sa tshwanetse gore a yo attenda di-night studies ka gore di tlo ba ke se gona total.
It won't be that easy because it means the days on which he must make arrangements will increase. In actual fact, it will mean he must totally stop attending to afternoon studies because I won't be there. I'll be in custody.
You reside in Hamatala and work in Snobarwan.
Udula Makala, Ubereka Sonora.
O jwang.
That is.
My estimation is that is plus minus 8 kilometers away.
Eki akanya mokgole mahareng mafelo a mabedi ikaba di kilometera tse 8.
Is that correct?
O jwang.
That is correct.
So you also working but staying at home, traveling to work.
Wena o bereka o dula gae o ya mmerekong tšatši ka tšatši.
O jwang.
That is.
Right. Now let's move. The issue of you suffering from diabetes. Don't you have medication for this diabetes?
A re gatile pele sabe o e boletseng ya gore o na le bolwetse ba sukiri ana ga ona ditlhare tša go oka bolwetse bo?
Ke na le tšona.
I heard.
When you were arrested and detained by the police, as you said, Captain Mabuta, did you not alert them that you've got medication that you take so that they can make arrangements that the medication follows you?
Ge o swarwa ebile o bolewa ka ge wena o boletse gore ke Captain Mabuta ana a se wa ba tsebiša gore o na le bolwetse ba sukiri gore ditlhare di kgona go latela?
Ke ba boditše.
I told you.
Now you have them in custody. This
O na le
medication
tšona
that you use.
ditlhare tse o le ka kgolewang.
Ee, go jwang.
Yes, that is.
So it's not that it's necessary for you to go out to get medication because the medication will come. Is that not so?
Se se ra gore a se go botlhokwa gore o ntshiwe ka kgolegong gore o kgone go lata ditlhare. Ditlhare tse no ba gona ke.
Ditlhare di gona ke be ke lebeletse taba ya diet ya sukiri.
The medication is there. However, I was taking into consideration the diet for someone who's diabetic.
All right. You've got a special diet that you need to take.
O ja dijo tse di ikgethileng.
Ee, go na le dijo tse ikgethile tse e le gore ke a dija.
Yes, there's a special diet that I eat.
And this is as per the recommendation of the dietitian. Is that so?
Se we dijo tse we o shala o promo dija e be le ka šišinyo ya go tswa go ngaka ye e lebelelago ka mokgwa o motho a swantse o ja dijo ka gona.
Ya general practitioner, not dietitian.
It was the recommendation of a general practitioner and not a dietitian.
Right. And you alerted the present authorities that you actually have a special diet as per the recommendation of your general practitioner when you were admitted into detention. Is that not so?
O amogelwa ka kgolegong o tsebišitše ba go laola gana mo o beilwe ngwana kgolegong gore nna go na le dijo tse di ikgethilego tse ke di jago go ya le ka šišinyo ya go tšwa go ngaka ya go alafa malwetse ka kakaretso.
Ee, ke ba boditše.
Yes.
All right. And are they meeting those requirements or they're failing? What is the
Ba
problem?
fitlhelela dinyakwa go ya le ka dijo tse di ikgethilego tse o swantse o di ja go ba bapala.
Ba palela.
They are failing.
Is there anything else that your lawyers, the advocate and the attorney did in communication with the prison authorities of the diet that you need to be given whilst you're in detention?
Ana o na le se boramolao wa se dirile na ga mmogo le ba lao kwa o be le ngwana kgolego gore o kgona go fitlhelelwa dinyakwa o ya le ka dijo tse di ikgethile.
Simply put, did you alert them so that they can engage?
We bea bonolo a na o ile wa ba tsebisa gore gape a ke ka mokgwa ke tshwanetse o ya le ka šišinyo ya ngaka yaka gore ba kgone go tšea magato.
No,
No, I did not.
Right. You will alert them right now when you consult with them.
Le ba le poledišano tla ba tsebiša.
All right.
Okay.
So that they know what to do. They can take steps to assist your condition.
Ba le ka bona molao ba tseba gore ba tshwanetse ba direng o ba tsebiša gao o tla ba o direla gore ba kgone go tšea magato.
Your Worship, I see it's just 5 minutes to 1. Perhaps we should adjourn now so that when we come back, we can then continue with cross-examination. Give the leave of the court.
Re tlo emiša bjalo ya matineng re ka tšwela pele ka iri ya bobedi montsiari. Kwa Sebokeng o ba kgauswi le Sebokeng seleting sa Sedibeng ka maikemišetšo kgahlanong le molao ba latofatšwa tseleng ya Forgeville wa mmeleng wa Forgeville le tlhotše lehu la Stradom Raiders motho o mogolo wa senna ana Stradom Raiders wa motse
o mwana ga mathwa ke motsebe.
I have never laid eyes on him. I don't know him by sight.
How did you know him?
Motsebe
Ke be ke motseba ile boyfriend ya accused number 2.
I knew him to be accused number 2's boyfriend.
That is the only way in which you know him.
Ke yona tsela fela o mo tsebang ka yona.
Le gore ba ba ile ba ta ba nyala.
Also that his family once came to marry.
Do you perhaps know the date as to when that marriage took place?
O ka ba o tseba gore na lenyalo le bue leader.
Somewhere ka 2016 mara akusale sure ka dikgwedi 2016 o ya mafelelong ke ngwaga ke sa uba sure mara somewhere ana mole
around 2016 towards the end. Actually, I'm not even sure of the year, but somewhere around that.
And what the state is saying, you might not have known straight off, but you plan straight on death with accused number 2. As you will see as we progress. That's your comment.
Le fapala which is very, I don't know some civil straight Kamato or some civil if fella we lewa rera lo laganya pulao ya straight when now
a ke ditsebe tatofatso tseo ke a di gana
I know nothing about those allegations. I dispute.
And how will you plead to the mental health to court?
Remula Gaya Horon Segua,
gore a ke ipone molato
I'll plead by saying I'm not.
On count number 27, the state is that you claimed a policy of about 1,500,000 from the FNB life for unnatural death of straight operators, claiming to be the spouse, which FNB life rejected the claim. Count 27, the state prosecutor is indicating that it's for count number 2, but it's a continuation of from 26. Your Worship, we then go to to money laundering case, that is count 7, 8, 29, 30. That is money laundering. Yeah, we count from 30 because those are the charges which were added on Wednesday. It involves accused number 1 on the basis that it's a money laundering. Count 8. Yes, count 8. Yes. Is that during June to July 2018-19, and at Ornia Polokwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally, well knowing and aware they ought to have known that the property to which monies amounting to approximately 274,000 rand were or formed part of the proceeds of unlawful activities, to which thereby accused number 2 deposited a portion of cash
mabaka mangwe a o ka botsa go kgoro ye go direla gore e o lokolole ka beke
ke šomišane le bona go toga go tshwareng gaka goba go to fitlhagane jalo.
I cooperated with them since my arrest until now.
Ke tsebile gore ke a nyakišišwa a senke ke le ka go tšhaba goba go thapelela dinyakišišo.
I became aware or knew that I was under investigation, and I never attempted to interfere with the investigation or to obstruct the investigation.
Ke modudi wa mo Polokwane court e ga se a se gole le nna ga gona go attenda nako ngwe le ngwe ba nnyaka.
I'm a resident of Polokwane, and this court is not far from where I reside, so the court won't be looking for.
And then ke na le bana ba banyane ba ba sa nyakang tlhokomelo ya ka.
I have young children who still need my care.
Ene ke motho wa phelang ka bolwetse ba swikiri.
I am a person who suffers from diabetes.
Tse lore ena le go nyaka dijo tse di special.
That is an illness that requires a special diet.
Ke a mangwe a mabaka a nka kgopela gore a nlokolle ke se ke molato o ke le ka ntle.
Those are some of the other reasons the court should know in order to release me on bail or to release me to the outside.
If the court releases you on bail and puts some conditions, will you be able to respect and attest to those conditions?
Just professor Ulukulla Gabeli fella.
Yes, accused number 1 may proceed to the witness stand. Accused number 1, Rachel Shukan, you are warned that you are still under oath. When the court adjourned for lunch, you were still subjected to cross-examination by your state.
Mafoto mafoto Rachel Shukan wa lemushoga to salega kasera kanoli witeri erchalari emisha sa sabagani kuchishu.
The state, you may now proceed.
As the court is. Now, ma'am, when we adjourned, which already covered the issue with regards to the young children. You remember that?
With the name Mishamo, the secretary facilitated Avela Wanawanyana. So, yes, I do.
We had already covered the issue with regards to your ailment.
The secretary facilitated Avaya Ulitiwaga. Yes, sir.
And also the issue that your understanding of cooperation is that you just allow the police to do what they're supposed to do in effecting arrest. Remember?
We are going now, we will be commission on the Mapudisa. We are military Mapudisa. But the Merwabona was police. Yes, that is.
Now, let's take it back to the assets. You've indicated that the assets that are registered in your name and some assets are not registered in your name. You remember that?
That is so.
Now, the assets that you say are not registered in your name is because at some point in time we had COVID in 2020, and that is the reason why up until today such assets are not registered in your name. Is that it?
Ke sona se drama re lo fitela ne yale e ba ne gore a di so ngwa di shuma ine nga ga go le lo pitsa.
Ke le lengwe la mabaka.
That is some part of the reason.
But let's start with this reason, as you've already mentioned in court. That is COVID, the reason why such assets were not registered in your name.
I'm sure makalele ba ka le o le sitio ba le palesitse ke COVID gore di ngwadiswe maeneng a gago.
And you said this relates to a Land Rover and a Land Cruiser motor vehicle.
Gore batho tse re bolelang ka tsona mo ke dikoloi e beng Land Rover le Land Cruiser.
Range Rover
Le
Land Cruiser.
And the Land Cruiser.
And you said, how did you attain these assets, the Range Rover and the Land Cruiser?
O di khweditse bjang koloi tse Range Rover le Land Cruiser.
Ke di reketse ke se siya ka ko auction.
My sister bought them for me at an auction.
Now let's clarify that. She bought them for you as presents, or you sent her money to go to the auction and buy them for you?
Well, I can't say that. O reketse tsona yena bjale ka dimpho goba wena mo rometse tšhelete gore a di reke legatong la gago kwa auction.
Ke mo rometse tšhelete gore a di reke.
I sent her money to go and buy.
Right. Let's start with the Range Rover. How much did you send your sister, accused number 2, to buy this Range Rover motor vehicle for you?
A re thome ka ya Range Rover. O mo rometse bokae ngwana ge no gore a o rekele Range Rover.
Plus minus 250,000.
Plus minus 250,000.
And if you still remember, around which year and what month did you send her this money so she can purchase this vehicle?
Then o sa gopola e ka ba e be le ka ngwaga mofi kgwedi efe so ge o mo romela tšhelete eo re a reke Range Rover.
E be le ka 2020 around March, April.
It was in the year 2020, around the month March or April, if I remember well.
All right. And where did you get this huge sum of money, 250,000, as a police officer?
Tšhelete ka e ntši ka go o ikgweditse kae o le lepodisa.
Ke be ke fumane tšhelete ya claim.
I had received the money from the claim.
Is this the insurance payout?
Ke tšhelete ya go patela ke insurance.
Hold on.
That is.
And does that relate to the accidental policy cover or the funeral policy cover?
Tšhelete eo e be le mabapi le policy ya poloko, funeral cover, goba policy ya legolo e leng gore le tla ka mokgwa e leng gore a se wa tlhagoba kotsi.
E be le accidental.
It was
policy cover.
Accidental cover.
And who was the covered deceased person on that cover?
Mokgwa yo e leng gore o be a coverilwe ke policy e be le mang?
E be le Noko Sidney Monja.
It was Noko Sidney Monja.
And this vehicle, this money, once you received them as insurance payout, you then transfer them to accused number 2 to purchase a vehicle for you. Is that what you're saying to us?
O se mo kgwetsa ditšhelete tse o ile wa di romela bankeng wa accounting ya banka ya molafatso wa bobedi o raya o rekele koloi.
Go jwang.
That is so.
And this vehicle was for the purposes of benefiting you, right?
Koloi ye e be rekwa gore e gole wena.
E go le nna.
Yeah.
Right. And this 250,000 that you spend on yourself is less than the amount that you used to cover the funeral costs of the deceased. You agree?
Well, currently, they are only 250,000 ya di rand. E feta e leng gore ke tšhelete eo wena o ishumišitše o reka selo sa o gola wena e feta yela wena o ishumišitše o boloka mokgwa.
o jwale.
That is so.
Right. Let's talk about the Land Cruiser now. Let's talk about the Land Cruiser. When was this vehicle Land Cruiser purchased?
Same day le Range Rover.
The same day with the Range Rover.
This also from the monies or the benefits from the insurance payout of the deceased noble.
Leona, e rekilwe ki chelete ye I patetu ki insurance ye be nukuwa machumoyo.
o jwale.
That is.
And is this over and above the 250,000 that you transferred? You transferred another money for her to buy this Land Cruiser, accused number 2.
Well, charity ya reka Land Cruiser. Urumeti ye mwachelete odimwa yela ya 250,000 ye urumeti urekwe Range Rover.
Ke rometše engwe.
Yes, I transferred another amount.
How much did you transfer
Urumeti bukai
for the purchase of this Land Cruiser vehicle?
urekwe kuloi ya Land Cruiser.
Plus minus 250,000.
Plus or minus 250,000.
Also in 2020, so in the same day as the first vehicle was bought, also the second vehicle was bought.
Kanta jidel le urekwe kalona Range Rover, le Land Cruiser irekwe kalona.
o jwale.
That is so.
As it stands now, since 2020, on whose names are these two vehicles registered under?
Well, early more kasisiba. Urwaka mwa 2020 mola kolojeri. Kolojeri mining ama.
Di mining accused number 2.
They are registered in the name of accused number 2.
So COVID did not frustrate her from registering the vehicles into her name. It's only into your name where the frustration came.
Lubalela COVID, asi la shitela na hu mwadisha di kolojeri mining aga li shiteti wena fe.
Na go ya le ka mokgwa a ntlhalosetšeng ka ona ke gore go reka koloi kwa auctioneng e tswa registerile ka wena o ipitang wena a ke tse gore ke o bita go batho o diamara go reka koloi auctioneng e tswa ka maina a wena o lengana mo auctioneng o e rekang a se a dingwadiše ka gore o re frustrata ke COVID.
According to what I understand from what he told me was that the motor vehicles that are bought on auction are registered in the names of the person who placed the bid to purchase the motor vehicle. Now, COVID, or she was not frustrated by COVID to register them in her names. That is why they were in her names, that she was the bidder.
Before you proceed, can you clarify as to which sister she's talking about? Like one of the sisters.
As the court pleases. Now, perhaps let's deal with the question that the court has raised. And you'll correct me if I'm wrong. You've indicated that this month, the 250,000 rand 2020 against the 250,000 rand insurance payouts, you transferred them to accused number 2, your sister.
Charity uringi patijiki insurance. We rumeti who wanare no wa sisiao la fatwa ube.
O jwale.
That is.
And she's the one on whose name these vehicles are still registered since 2020 to date.
Even ke yena o e leng gore dikoloi tse di maeneng a gage go tloa ka ngwaga ono wa 2020 go fitlhela ka se sebaka.
Go jwalo.
That is.
So this insurance payout benefited you and benefited your sister, who now owns 2 vehicles, Range Rover and a Land Cruiser.
Orauri, batele tsa policy tsa insurance di khutsi wena le yo ngwana reng o e leng gore ka se sebaka ke mongwe wa dikoloi tse pedi e beng Range Rover le Land Cruiser. That is not.
Now, just out of curiosity, how long did it take to transfer these monies into accused number 2's account after you have received them from the insurance?
E ke no nya go tseba fela gore go tsere na go e ka go twa na go ye no more tšhelete tse o patetse tsona ya mo etika di bankeng di account tsa di banka gore o romele tšhelete o ba engwa di tšhelete tse go ngwana ge no molato fatswa go bedi.
E go pola ka no ba 2 to 3 days.
If I recall well, it might have taken 2 to 3 days.
It's not the same day, because that's what I want to put to you, that it actually was the same day.
Asi tšatšila na le ditseneo ka lona ditšhelete tse ka re nna ke ntho ke nyaka go botsa yona gore a botsebotse di tlo tsena tšhelete tse nngwe tšatšila na le go ya ba se dumetse molafatša wa gore
A ke go pona.
I do not recall.
And you can't dispute.
Ge o sa gopolora ro ka se ganetse.
Go nka se ganetse ka ra ke go pona.
Yes, I can't dispute because I don't recall.
And you said when you are still arranging your own marriage ceremony or a ceremony, you also receive plus minus 250,000 from accused number 2.
Moleki la wa gore ka nako e wena o sa dira dipiakanyo tša mokete ba lenyalo ya ka mpo moemedi a bole tšuka gore o amogetse tšhelete ya o lekana wa ya o bana kwa o 250,000.
Awa, a senge ke amogele 250.
No, I did not receive 250.
Let's get clarity there. How much did you receive from her?
I
Accused number
arranged.
2 when you were arranging the ceremony, wedding ceremony.
A re tlhakiše gabotse gore o amogetse bokae o tswa go yena ka nako e o dira dipiakanyo tša mokete.
Plus minus 50,000.
Plus minus 50,000.
And and this monies, you received them post the death of the boyfriend, Mr. Stradum Reuters. Not so.
Tšhelete tse o rometse tsona wa di amogela ka morago ga lehu la boyfriend e beng Morena Stradum Reuters again.
E o bešetša thogofetše.
Yes, he already passed.
And you would not dispute if I tell you that also those are proceeds of insurance benefits.
Ebile o ka se ganetse nka o botsa gore tšhelete ene o rometseng yona e o reng e ka ba e feta go 50,000 ke tšhelete ya go tswa go dipatlele tša insurance.
Ke tla gana ka gore a ke tsebe.
I will dispute because I don't know.
All right. Whilst we're still dealing with the deceased, Mr. Stradum Reuters, you said you know him as a boyfriend who at some point in time came to marry your sister, accused number 2. Remember that?
Ge re sa le mo tabeng ya Morena Stradum Reuters o boletse mo gore o mo tseba bjale ka boyfriend ya ngwana beno ebile o na le nako mo e leng gore ba gabo ba tlile batla go tlo nyala ngwana geno molato.
O jwalo.
That is.
And were you party to this marriage?
O tšere karolo o lenyalo le.
Between now your sister, accused number 2, and this deceased Mr. freedom writers.
o ikarolo ya lenyalo le dirwa wa ile rerwa mahareng ga yo ngwana ge ne ke molafatso wa bobedi le mogo morena freedom writers.
ke be ke le gona.
Yes, I was present.
And what was your role?
Wena karolo wa tima yo khathile ke efe?
Ke be le nna ke ba ngwalelang.
I was the one who was writing.
Explain to us, what is it that you're writing?
Re tlhalosetse gore bo ngwala.
E be le nna ke be ke ngwalang lobola letter.
I am the one who was drafting the lobola letter of agreement.
So it was a traditional customary marriage.
O be ba nyala ka se. Yeah.
And this Mr. Reuters is a white guy.
Morena Reuters ke lo.
Nna ke tsebe gore ke le gwana.
I don't know whether it's a white person.
Okay. But it's a, you said it was a traditional customary marriage, and you just described by the.
Or ibele nyalo la setso wena ibele wena mongwana.
Go jwana.
That is.
So in actual fact, what you're telling this court is that the deceased Mr. Reuters, when he died, was actually the husband to your sister accused number 2.
Ura so subuta gore gore yo morena Reuters mashala nga tlhokofa e be ile monna wa yo molafatso wa bedi ngwana le.
Go ya le ka setso e jwana.
Yes, traditionally it is. So,
and as a scriber, the two families from the writers and the family from your sister came together and the marriage was entered in.
Vele ka motho e leng gore e be ena ngwala o ditaba mola malapa a mabedi a ena kopana lapa la Reuters le lapa la
Go jwana.
that is.
And do you still remember how many members of the Reuters family came to celebrate this traditional marriage?
O ka ba sa gopola gore o tswa ka kwa lapeng la Reuters o tlile maloko wa makae wa baromiwa ba kae o tswa lapeng lewe go tlonyana.
O tle ba babedi.
2 came. But ba babedi re akaretsa le Reuters.
O tle bo mmage le sesiana.
His mother and sister are the ones who came.
And on your side, you are only the scriber who from your family, the family of accused number 2 were present.
Kamo abe when I read where I look when I want la ba bele metiki ma kamo abe.
Rangwana o be a le gona.
My paternal uncle was present.
Le bo mma ba ba le gona.
And my mother was.
So in this letter that you have drafted, the Bawola letter, you find 2 members of the writer's family and 2 members of your family. And you want to describe that.
Ulo maro le bolu ngwala. U fetala maloko mabedi a emeti ula pala Reuters. Le maloko mabedi a emeti ula pa lare wena uli wena mungwadi.
Now, with all this information in your disposal, why did you tell the court that the Reuters, you know him as the boyfriend, not as the husband who had married your sister?
Objection, Your Worship. That is not what the accused said, Your Worship. The objection is based on the fact that in her reply, she states that Reuters was a boyfriend who came to marry my sister. That is what she said. And it has to start first by becoming a boyfriend and then overlap into a marriage. That is what she said. And this question is factually incorrect. It's a submission.
State
We'll rephrase it. With the experience you have, as an experienced police officer who was present when the marriage was celebrated, is it really necessary to refer to the deceased as your sister's boyfriend, and actually the husband?
Yeah. Kama itemwelo I don't know when now onaliona le kale police. Ibile u khatileti mawa utirikabulo kana kwe baito rena magadi wa nyala. O bone bohlokwa na hore ge o botsiswa hore rated o mtsiba bjang hore ke boyfriend ba be le boyfriend ya ngwana ge no mo latfatswa bobedi.
a ke bone sepodisa se tsenelana le tša magadi.
I don't see me being a police officer or a police work having any bearing on the issues of law.
And e be e se celebration, e be le negotiation, o bo sena mokete goba e be le di negotiation tša magadi, e sene celebration.
And it was not a celebration. It was lobola negotiations. There was no celebration.
Nna ka mokgo ke kwišang ka Sotho ba reitera sentše ba dilotse ba ka gae.
The way I understand it in our Sotho culture, the raiders were there to know the family.
Let's leave it there, because the investigating officer tells me that the family of the raiders know nothing about this marriage.
Are tloela na mo gare monyakiswa molatu o botsa gore ba raider a ba tsebe selo ka lenyalo le wena o lela ka lona ba di-terrorism teo tša magadi.
A ke re ge e le gore court e tata e re dumelela pele ba tsata ba tshatsisa e ka se felele mo.
Isn't it when the matter goes further, the court allowing, they will come and tell the court. The matter won't end.
Later by my word against investigating officer.
Because now it will be my word against that of the investigating officer.
Right. Let's move to the deceased Nuku, who you say is the father to accused number 3, your daughter.
Are you no? Oh, when I ring ke papao morwedi ya gago molafatwa bra.
At the time when you insured him, you were not his spouse, you agreed.
Kana kwe o mwarisha polisi o bosi molekani wa dume.
Ke dume.
Ayaka.
And in fact, during that time, you had your own spouse.
Ebile kana kwe wo wena o bona le molekani wa gago.
Ke dume.
Do you care to tell the court who was your spouse during that time when you registered, when you insured the life of Nuku?
O ka re botsa na gore molekani wa o be le mang kana kwe wena o bulela Nuku policy.
E be le Mr. Kutume.
It was Mr. Kutu.
The father to the one you are married to now.
Munno ile gore o nyalane le yena ne. That is.
So when did you get married to him?
When I le
Mr. Kutu.
Le nyalane.
Re signed 2020 around August.
We officialized our marriage in 2020 August.
And before that, was there any Ndobala negotiations that you put in?
We didn't go sign now. Ana we didn't tell us about Magadi, Yamana Sito. Yes, they were.
And when was it?
They were writing.
Gabagabu 2000 and
it's a long time ago.
Na re kopane ka 1999.
Me and him met in 99. I do not recall when the Loyola negotiations or payments were made.
But what you can confirm with this court is that when you insured the life of Nukusit Nimuncha, you had your own spouse, yet he was registered as your spouse.
If se o ka se motho go re gore kana gwe o bolela yo no go se di motho o bona le molekane o beng wa gago e fela kwa policing ye e boletsweng noko wena o ngwadile bjale ka molekane wa noko
ke ngwadile bjale ka molekane wa go ya le ka clause ya FNB.
Yes, I am registered as his spouse in the policy according to FNB's policy.
And not only did you register, you insured his life at Old Mutual Insurance, but you proceeded to insure his life again at First National Bank.
Our Morella policy Old Mutual Affair, that is so.
And at the time when you said you were busy trying to find the insurance for his life, he was not well off. In fact, he was a vulnerable person, either financially or in terms of his health.
Kana gwe le tsamaya le nyaka mo aka bulelwa ngwana police e be le motho e leng gore wa teka e ka ba tabetsa masheleng wa fuwa o ne mafokoli mmeleng o wa sena sa gaga. I don't understand how.
Your evidence is that he was not well. This Mr. Nukumuncha. He was not even working at the time.
Yes, he was relying on the Sasa.
So he was, for lack of a better word, a member of a vulnerable member of a society at the time.
Le mfile ka ona ora re motho le ngore o ba di tlhakela ke tshepetse o mmusho o fila le tshirele.
O be a go lo fetse tshepetse go mmusho.
He was disabled and relying on government. As I indicated that when we first met, he was not there.
At some point in time, you say when you met him, he was mute. At some point in time, when you met him, he was not working well. Do you remember that?
That is so.
And at this time, you were married to Mr. Kutumela, your spouse.
Yes, I was with him.
You insure the life of Mr. Muncha for accidental death policy and funeral cover. Is that what you did?
Policy ya puluku funeral cover le policy ya gore ka tlhokofala ka mokgwa e leng gore a sewa tlhago go be le stay. That is.
And you nominated yourself as the beneficiary of these policies.
When I get a one is showing more look at how Tata one could do with even when now Ufonang who Katia had to get that is true.
And he died an accidental death, mysteriously so. You benefited.
We don't talk about Manamacha. The Pula, the Ibisila Town, the Kuti, Gagarova, Yamaga, when I was well at the same. Correct.
Not only you did you benefit, but you sent the monies to accused number 2 and accused number 3.
Our well on affair, like our Jenny was at the territory with you, the woman, woman for Limited for
ke be ke sa ba romele ke re ba benefit
I was not sending the money to them for them to benefit.
ke tlhalositse gore o be a yo rekela nna dikoloi
I explained that she was going to buy cars for me.
and majaju accused number 3 o be a ya sekolong
And accused number 3 was going to school.
And little was spent on the burial of Mr. Nonkumuntu.
Monyane wa tšhelete uwe o šomišitšwe o boloka morena motho.
policy patedi 6 months mokwa o bolokile
The policy paid out 6 months after Nonku was paid.
and o ya ka tsebo ya ka ke be ke sa tsebe gore e tshwanetse e šomišwe ka moka godimo ga lego
And according to my knowledge, I did not know that the payout must all be used for the funeral.
ka gore go na le ngwana wa sa phelang
Because there's a child that is still alive.
And even when he was alive, he could not even maintain the child because he himself was relying on social grants. See what the problem is?
Wa bona bothata bo moka. Le ka nako a sa phela ena o ba sa kgone ka hlokomela ngwana gagwe ka gore le yena ka wena o ba ke tsepetše o mphiwa fela ya mmušo.
o be a mo tlhokomela ka sona sewa ba kgona go mongwathela e be le tlhokomela
He was maintaining the child, whatever he could afford. He was sharing with it.
How much were the premiums for these policies that you took for Mr. Munch, the deceased?
Di patele tsa kgwedi ka kgwedi go di policy tse o di tse o morena
All estimation.
ga ke gopola ya FNB e be patela less than 500 then ya old mutual yone e be patela less than 500 ga ke gopola
When I recall, both of them were paying the premiums were less than 500 rands. Less than 500 rands for the old mutual one, less than 500 rands for the FNB.
and then funeral cover was less than 150
The funeral cover, the premium was less than 150.
And who was paying for these premiums?
Ke mang o ba patela the premium?
no ko ba patela funeral cover ke be ke patela the accidental ka gore they were under my name
Nonku was paying the funeral cover. I was paying for the accidental covers because I was the one who applied insurance.
And the same goes to your uncle, Mr. Choice, the deceased.
Se wele sona se akaretsa le yo malome a ke ka mokgo o boloka go.
malome o ba patela ke nna ka moka
As far as my uncle is concerned, I was paying everything
ka gore o be a le under nna
because he was under me. He was registered under my name.
He can also be classified as a vulnerable person, not working, smoking, everything else that he can find, drinking anything else that he can find. And also, you can be insure his life, pay the premiums.
Le na ga no ntse ke motho mo ra awa le no ba motho fela a sna tsa a tsuba ntse mo le mo e tsuwa ya la e bila sna le flavor a lo nwa bo a tlhakana mo le bo
e be le motho fela marana le family e lo re e mo nyakela tse di botse
he was vulnerable but he had a family that wished him well.
And that member of the family that ended up benefiting is you.
Motho we wa ka gae wa family we no go feletsa a kholea kwe
go jwang
that is true.
And the strange part is, once you receive this pension payouts, you transfer them to account number 2 and 3, isn't it?
Ntho ya o makatsa o seno go fetsa dipatele go mantse tšhelete go mona tlhotho wa bobedi wa boraro
e jwalo mara go nna jwelele le strange
it is so. However, there's nothing strange about it.
And little was paid, was spent on their burial, more was spent on you and them.
There le ka le ka tšhelete tse di šomileng ye nnyane e šomišitšwe go boloka batho ba e ntši ya šomišwa go gola lena.
a ke bone jwalo.
That's not how I see it.
Right. Now, Ms. Joyce Malesa, the deceased. Remember her as well?
Joyce Malesa, one more.
Ke a mo gopola.
Yes, I do.
She also could not afford to bury other family members. She was also vulnerable. We came in general policy for her, and then who benefited ultimately? You.
Le yena be le motho o bapala go boloka ba bangwe ba maloko a gage ke moka wena wa tla ke mang a ileng a boelwa ke seo ke wena.
Le ka no bea gore go boelwa nna mara nna ke bone go boelwa nna fela.
You may put it as if I am the one who benefit, but I do not see it as me being the only one who benefit.
You are very right. Not only you. You accused number 2 and accused number 3.
Ulela named. Our well when we I'm not talking about no one. But we.
The 3 of you benefit.
Not enough fela.
Not only us.
Is there others that benefited that are not here?
Una
That you want to tell us
mobile
about?
ba we mobile more aba bona mobile more ka go tsaka bona.
Mo caseng ya Malesa ke lekile go bontsha gore ke be kgona go rekela bana diaparo.
In the case of Malesa, I was able to show that I bought children clothes.
Right. The naval goodman. You also paid for his funeral cover. In short, him with 2 companies, APSA and First National Bank.
Never put him alone na umpatela ni police ya wa mulala ni policy le APSA and First National.
First National Bank. You did not even stop there. There is also Ashubu. You remember? And Holland.
Wa mulala the policy le APSA masemishimo wa FNB Holland le asu.
Ke a gopola.
Yes, I remember.
His brother, your husband, was there. He's not the beneficiary. You are the beneficiary in all those policies.
Warra utiage mogalaga wa ba le gona e fela a se ena mongwadiswa he o ka tlhaba le wena.
Go jwalo.
And you said what was wrong with Navy?
Gore o thata wa nebelebele.
O be a na le epilepsy.
He suffered from epilepsy.
And where you say you were the guardian.
Ke mo e leng gore wena o re be o le guardian.
Go jwalo.
Yes.
Who appointed you as the guardian of Mr. Naval, the deceased footman?
Ke manga tshotse o ba a o file o mata o be guardian ya morena Naval kutumela.
Perhaps which court appointed you as the guardian?
O ba re be ke kgoro efe ye e leng ya o fa marapo ya o fa mata wena guardian ya o lebelle merero ya ga.
A se nke ke appoint semmušo.
I was not formally appointed.
E be no ba dula le rena.
He was just staying.
So he was also what I had called a vulnerable member of the society.
Le na be no wa motho fela o e leng gore ke motho fela mo tshabeng ana sa.
See that?
Na ke je gore be le motho fela.
I don't see him as one.
You paid the premiums and you received the insurance payout.
We're now but the premium wa mogela tšhelete ge batla ke insurance ka mora wa.
Go jwalo.
That is.
He died a mysterious death as well.
Le na o tlhokometse ka tsela ya mata.
Go jwalo.
So
and once you received the the payouts, the policy insurance payouts, you transfer them to account 2 and 3, isn't it?
Well, also, amagala dipatele kujali chelete tere chelete wajeni kujali chelete wadi umela o mulanfato wilo. That is.
So this is the pattern that we've identified, is that you would find a vulnerable person, you would cover that vulnerable person, you would pay the premiums, and the person mysteriously dies, you benefit, forward the funds to accused children.
Yeah. Cette série le monde really come hold really dirogao. Ukwecha mtu eno mori awa aho no kitire kumuka mwadisha di police. Mtu wewe ufoko fala kati la umaka. Mtu awela ukamra wa ufoko fala mtu kati la umaka. Wena kawo upatula wena ichele de police. That is how it appears.
People have been banned, some are thrown in the middle of the road. Such accidents surrounds people that you insure.
Baba mwe ba fishijwe That is.
You have said there under oath that you have insured the whole of your family since you assumed duty as a police officer.
Ultimo, ubulela wika fasakana, wawikana ne ore. Uile wa mwadisha malukwala baga muka. Kana kuela uchoma shuma kama spouse.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
If the court were to release you, what guarantee do we have that the lives of the people you insured will remain alive?
Well, ekoro ega urupula. Rene bonitri bobu film ba ofikakai ore. Mapilo a batho ba eno bona ba ngwadisi. Abulukile akasibi botse.
I get a word no more guarantee away, Kaka.
I don't know what guarantee or the extent of the guarantee they would.
I think it will be in the interest of justice, having confessed what we did, we and you.
emiša wa o ile a ba le o emišwa ga o bolela wena le ditlhatsi tše e leng gore di amega molatong.
njana sa le ke bolela le yena tšadilana le ampotša gore go na le batho station go tloa mo wa sele ke bolele le yena.
Njana, I spoke to him or her that day when he or she told me that there were people looking for me at the police.
mpho ke boletše le yena a dilo mpona ka diseleng.
I spoke to Mpo when she came to see me in the cell.
Now, you said that some of the monies, the reason why you would send to accused number 3 is because she was attending school.
Oh, let's talk about it. Let me know what I allowed who managed to go around the church. The government allowed school.
o jwang?
Yeah.
And because you could not, you are not that computer literate, so to say, you would send her money to pay the school fees for the other children as well.
Wabela tabara da wazia teknolojia alufanya kabisa. Umurumela lechere ya ore apatile bana bale baba mu school.
o jwang?
That is.
Which school was she attending since 2018 to today when she was arrested?
Undoga mu 2018 wa kutela da shara kalona wa tsena school.
o tsedi Visiam College.
She attended Visiam College.
o tsene tšadilana shipi tše dingwe Gauteng.
She also attended learnerships in Gauteng.
o tla di confirma yena.
She will confirm.
o tsene ko Procare.
She attended at Procare.
ke jona tše ke di tseba.
Those are the ones I know.
And how much were the school fees at Lyceum College and Procare? Because
Well,
learnership, we know, they're getting paid themselves.
Kwa Lyceum, le Procare, o batla o kae?
Visiam e be patela plus minus 20,000 per year.
Lyceum, the fees were plus minus 20,000 a year.
And then Procare course a be idea e be idea plus minus 11,000.
The course that she was doing at Procare costed or was around 11,000.
And then dealing with the rental or right to
The other monies were for rental and for her to take care of it.
And these monies that we're using to fund these school fees, the proceeds of the insurance payout.
Tšhelete tše o di šomiša go patela dithuto tša gage e be le ditšhelete tša go tšwa go dipatele tša insurance.
tše dingwe e be le tšona tše dingwe di be di tše salareng yaka.
Some were from the proceeds of the insurance, some were coming from my salary.
Perhaps let's finalize that one. With all these people that you've insured, knowing well the salary of the police, you want to tell this court you still had savings to bury the uncle?
Yeah. A re fediletse taba. E re lebeletse batho ba ka moka ba mo wa matsi patla premier. Re tseba ga botse gore maphodisa a ona bokae. O ra gore wena o bo sa na le tšhelete e leng gore e beetswe ka thoko ye e leng gore o e šomišitše go boloka mala.
E be le gona
Yes, where is it?
re be re diamegodišana.
We were in a club where we would give each other certain contributions in intervals.
Now, you said Tamaris Sled, it's your maternal aunt, child.
Already, you're the mother's labor. You want a man here.
o jwang?
That is true.
And the father of her children was a Mr. Jacob Seakamela.
Papa o mana rebeli Jacob Seka.
o jwang
That is
Of the children of Tamaris Seleka. And you said you know nothing about the First National Bank insurance policy that was taken against the life of Mr. Jacob Seakamela.
urile wena o tsebisilo ka policy ye jeriu o kavara uphilo ba mona Jacob Seakamela ya FNB.
a ke tsebe se
Yes, I know that.
Were you not the one who assisted on the phone Tamaris Selepe when she was making a telephonic application for this insurance policy?
a ke go
I do not remember.
And was Mr. Seakamela married to your relative Tamaris Selepe?
Mona Seakamela ana o ba nyalane le o re no Damaris Lep.
a ke go bole ba banyana
I don't remember them to be married.
And perhaps let's clarify this as well. You said you don't remember assisting Damaris to make a telephonic application for the insurance, not that you did not do. Is that not so?
Are tlanisha botse taba ya gore a ke sa o o ra gore a o sa o bola o e dira e se be gore a se wa e dira taba ya go thusa Damaris o founa gore a tsentshe claim.
a ke go bole ke thusa Tamaris
I don't remember assisting them.
And it will also be surprising if you were to be included and mentioned as a beneficiary to that insurance policy taken allegedly by Damaris against the life of Mr. Seakamela Jacob.
Pero o tlo makatsa ke o kgwetsa gore wena o ngwadisitswe gore ge o ka tlhokofala Jacob Seakamela e be wena motho e leng gore wa patelwa ke wena mongwadiswa le o ka tlhaga le go leo o policy ye e butsu ke Damaris Lepe a ngwadisa yo Jacob Seakamela a ke
go ka makatsa
yes surprise.
And it will also be surprising if it was you who was paying the premiums for this policy.
O tlo makatsa gape go ka kgwetsagala gore ke wena o patela dipatele tsa kgwedi ka kgwedi go policy.
go ka makatsa
Yes.
In fact, not necessarily surprising, but it will confirm the pattern that we have spoken about earlier on.
A botsebotsa re no re ka se makatsa e ka se makatsa e tlo no tiišetša se re se boletsego pele sa gore ka mokgwa dilo tše be di dirwa ka gona o nyakiwa batho ba e leng gore a ba kgone o ka ditirela ba ngwadiswa ke moka ka morago ba tlhokofala ka tsela o makatsa.
ka tswelela jwang
Yes, it might appear so.
You don't have a business.
A ona kgwebo
a ke na kgwebo
I don't have it.
And when you said, when you would send at least number 2 or 3 monies in Johannesburg because you wanted them to buy things for your business, it was just something that you were saying just in passing.
Jale ka nako ela o re o fa mabaka o re ka baka la eng o romela tšhelete o molatlhatswa bobedi o re o ke nyaka dilo tsa o tshwana le bontlana o ba ke nyaka dilo tsa kgwebo o bona o bolela ntho e fela e le polelo ya go feta.
a se kgwebo ya go ikema ke dikgwebo tša go leka a se kgwebo e le gore ikeme no ba go rekiša sela le sela a se kgwebo ya go ikema.
It is not a formalized business. It is just an informal business where one is trying to sell this and that.
You see, that's where you confuse us. But let's leave the confusion there, because as we are confused too.
Ebale ke mo gakane o itla mona e fela re tloela mo gakane o ka e wena wa ka ne le nna go ala
confirmed during cross-examination and your evidence in chief that some of the accidental payouts you received them, right?
O ile wa go tsitsa le dumela ka nako o ifa go tlhatse le nako o botšišwa ditšhogolo tše dingwe tša di policy tše dingwe gore e be le tša go covera lego le le ka tlhago ka mokgwa e leng gore a se wa tlhago di patetse ba amoela ditšhelete tša go. That is.
And you confirmed now during cross-examination that you transferred the money to accused number 2 and 3.
O dumetse ya go ya e go buša dišori tšhelete tša gona tše dingwe di rometse molatofadi wa bobedi lona. That is.
Confirmed further that even the funeral policy payouts you received.
O dumetse gape le gore le dipatlele tša di-policy tša poloko wa di-funeral o di amogetse. Yes.
And those benefits, the monies were transferred also to number 2 and number 3.
Tšhelete tša gona le tšona di amogelwa go molatofadi wa bobedi lona. That is.
Case number 2 is your sister.
Molatofadi wa bobedi ngwana ge. Yes.
Case number 3 is your daughter.
Molatofadi wa boraro ke morwedi. Yes.
And whilst all these allegations mounted against you, you're still employed as a police officer.
Ka nako e ditatofatšo tše bjale di thomo pakela kgahlano le wena o bontšo le lephodisa. Yes.
Accused number 3 is nice. Accused number 2 is nice.
Molatofadi wa bobedi e le nice. Yes.
Accused number 3 are employed.
Molatofadi wa boraro a sa bereke. Yes, unemployed.
Nothing further.
Examination, advocate custody.
Well, please, it's your Richard, you said to the court that you were told that when you were arrested, and you were told that you are no more a policeman. Is that correct?
O dijo gore gore ka nako o swara o dijo gore a e sa le wena le police. That is.
Ever since your arrest, up until today, was there any communication from the police in respect of that decision? Have you ever signed anything in that respect?
Bale o tswana go swara ka yona o tshela ka sesebaka ana o kile wa fetša polelo o tswa go mongwamšomo ba lefapha la sephodisa mabapi le sephetho seo sa rao sa le lephodisa o ba o na le ntho o kileng wa e saena ya o elana le mošomo wa gago.
Ke sign notice of suspension. Ka ba ka sign a notice of transfer and suspension.
I signed the notice of suspension. I also signed the notice of suspension and transfer.
So, I may be correct that at the moment you are suspended as a police officer.
Ke tla be ke nepile ke re ka se sebaka o fegilwe bjale ka lephodisa.
Nka se re ke fegilwe. Verbally nka ba e le gore ke boditšwe gore a ke sa le lephodisa mara ka dipampiri ke saenišitšwe pampiri ya gore nka suspendiwe.
I won't say I'm suspended. I might have been told that I'm no longer a police officer, but in writing, I was given notice that I might be suspended.
And to date, you have never received any correspondent from the employer, is that correct?
ofteranu yale go mo wa utsibuka fetsa pulelo go tswa o mongwe mošomi ka wa ka molomo ba ka sengwana.
Aowa.
Correct.
If maybe we assist the court as to the contents of that notice of suspension that was signed, assist the court as to what was contained in that notice.
Aloka thusa gore gore motho mongwe o botse gore ka mo are ga tsebišo ye ya go fewa ya goba ya go ka fewa o ngwadilwe eng a botse
eno ba o to ntshainiša gore ge e le gore ditatofatšo di tšwela pele go na le goba tša approviwa ka kgotho go na le gore ke suspendiwe.
The notice was for me to sign to notify me that should the matter proceed in court and the allegations are proved against me, there is a possibility of me being suspended.
And then e nngwe be ile ya gore ge e le gore ditatofatšo di tšwela pele go na le misconduct o ke tla lebana le ona.
Another one was that if the allegations are still being pursued, I will face, or there is a misconduct that I will face.
And then one ye nngwe ya di-content e be e le gore ge e le gore ke tswile ke seka molato ke le ka ntle nka transferwa to another station.
Another one was a notice informing me that in the event I am released from custody, I might be transferred to another station.
So, from those contents that were contained in that notice of suspension, it gives your employer powers to, one, suspend you because the criminal cases or the charges against you are proceeding, or else you might be transferred to another police station. Am I correct?
We are going to say mongwe mošomo o na le maatla a o ka dira ye nngwe ya tše o fega ka gore o boletše molato wa bosenyi goba o transfera gore o šoma o gongwe e se be mo o šoma ngwana ga lebe. That is.
Then do you agree with me to take into consideration the seriousness of the allegations that you are facing? An employer as the South African Police Services will not allow you to go back and work. Am I correct?
O dumelana le nna gore ge re lebeletše bogolo le bošoro wa ditatofatšo tšeo o lebaneng le tšona goba tšeo latofatšago ka tšona mongwe mošomo wa go swana le sephodisa sa Afrika Borwa a ka se o dumelele gore o boe mošomong o tšwele pele ka go šoma. It is so.
And lastly, I'm saying so because the contents of the notice that you were served with by the employer, one of the reasons for the intention to suspend you is that if the matter proceeded or the charges against you are proceeding, they might suspend you. Is that correct?
Yes, but I think I'll object. And I allowed my other colleague to ask this question earlier on, hoping that that will be the end of it. But this is re-examined. It's not evidence in chief. If we have wanted to leave that evidence, we would have done that during his evidence in chief. We can't now use an opportunity for re-exam to introduce evidence that is not there. That's the context.
Your Worship, it emanates from the state And I'm therefore allowed, in the context, especially of the bail application, to further ask the accused as to the contents of a suspension, because the state avers that if she is released, she'll be going back to work, and then the confidence in the system of the police will be deeply affected. My submission is that I'm doing so to indicate that the state has already commenced suspension proceedings with the accused. And as a result, if it's released and the matter proceeds, should be suspended. That is what I'm trying to, the point I'm trying to sponsor in this instance. And it is very much important because the state will want to rely on this, on the accused having to go back to work. And our submission in this regard is that the accused is already in the suspension territory, and by virtue of papers. That is our submission. I don't think there is anything wrong, because it emanates from this cross-examination.
You should, the submission that he wants to submit to court at the end of the day, that can still stand. That's a matter for argument. What I'm saying is, he cannot lead the evidence of the suspension now during re-exam, because that was never part of the evidence. It's not even part of my cross-examination, because her evidence in cross-examination is that I'm not suspended. That's the court.
As the court places, Your Worship. In your cross-examination, you were asked as to the people you insured. I want to start with you. When you take out a policy, you say you are not a local spouse. Am I correct?
Yeah, well, Pinagare Urelega Travea Police Police.
It's not repetition.
It's not repetition. The accused was cross-examined. That weekend was cross-examined in this instance. And if Your Worship can afford me an opportunity, the Worship will then understand where I'm going.
You must remember, you are not cross-examining the politicians. You are re-examining.
Yes, I'm re-examining. Hence, I'm saying during cross-examination, this is what emanates.
So, your re-examination.
So I'm laying the basis only. From there, I'll then re-examine. Unless I...
Yes, proceed.
Waro Urela no policy. Aware Guanamulekanoa. I did not say this far.
Then you gave an answer in during evidence on chief. You said you relied on the police. Am I correct?
Ufile Talusumo Ghana Weapon Tattoo. Legislative police. Yeah.
And during cross-examination, the state indicated that you had, how can I put it, you had the beneficiaries who were vulnerable. Is that correct? Yes, that beneficiaries were vulnerable. That is what emanated from the cross-examination.
Perhaps if you had put it to the proper context, the state indicated that the people that were insured by themselves and to which you were the beneficiary were vulnerable people.
Indeed so, indeed so.
Not that they were the beneficiary.
No, Your Worship,
You can proceed, but I'll just try to correct you. You may proceed.
for crisis. Is there any way whereby you are given the latitude as to who can you insure and who cannot insure?
Ana ona lumo umufu wa khetho na ore o ka ngwadisa mang wa ka bolela mang policy o ba out. There was no way where I was given that benefit.
And in evidence in chief, you indicated why you took some policies as your past experience have taught you the reason why you have to take policies. Can you still remember?
Nana go for what as you want to more because I with the wajela wa the policy gawali whatever la kwa marao went to worry because I was on duty with police. That is true.
And you indicated that your mother, your grandfather.
Your Worship, I think I'll object. There's the court.
This arises from cross-examination.
The right from cross-examination.
Are you sure?
I'm sure because the view of the state.
On that, okay, no problem.
If I'm,
can you supplement that? I was just putting the state before.
Your Worship, my objection is that my legal colleague is testifying from the bar, repeating the answers that were given during evidence in chief. So I don't know where we are going with that, and that's why I'm objecting. There's the court.
I'm looking at what the state is saying. You may stand up.
there's the court cases.
What the state is indicating that it seems like you are testifying from the bar because you are repeating evidence of regular.
Indeed so.
Perhaps the best thing is to have expressions other than complete the evidence that is in the
And Your Worship, the basis of my resides on the experience that the accused laid as to why she started taking policies in the past. And against that, the state indicates that the applicant was preying on vulnerable people, whereas in evidence in chief, the accused indicated that, or the applicant indicated that there was a basis for her to start insuring people around her with policies. The experience was the mother, the experience was the grandfather and the grandmother.
Yes, the questions that the state put to the witness, she answered them.
Indeed so.
In the affirmative where she was able to recall.
Indeed so.
And the experience that you are talking about, she also explained that in her evidence chain.
Indeed so.
And there is no need for you to repeat it.
Indeed so, Your Worship.
You can re-examine on something that arises from cross-examination.
Indeed so, Your Worship. And we go to the issue of Navel. The state, during cross-examination, indicated that you insured Navel because he was a vulnerable person. Is that correct?
lefapha la botšhotšhisi le go boditse gore wena o ngwaditšena ka gore e be e le motho e leng gore ga kgone go di direla. Yes, I was asking.
You answered that question.
Why are you sure? Yes, I asked.
How did you answer that question? I want to repeat because I'm trying to bring something here.
No. You cannot repeat evidence that is on.
Indeed so.
You cannot say what did you say because you heard it yourself.
I heard it myself, but
yes, but ask a direct question.
But the conclusion arrived at by
What I'm trying to say, ask a direct examination question. Don't repeat what is on.
Indeed so. I will try to do so because how the court directs.
Yes, you should proceed.
Just a minute, George. Your Worship, we will give our evidence in chief in that fashion, as the court pleases.
Witness, you are now at the streets.
One could love Jogal boxing. Gabriel Agua, la 1 hour at
As the court pleases, Your Worship, we have 2 witnesses and the other witnesses in court.
name.
You have 2 witnesses.
Yes, Benedict, the other, the last witness is the husband.
Okay, and what is the purpose of saying that the 2 witnesses, that there were witnesses in court? What do you want the court to conclude? You said you have 2 witnesses.
Yes,
and the other witnesses in court.
Yes, I'm saying that the other witness I saw, they showed me it's in court.
And then?
And I want the witness to be called to the stand.
The names of your witness?
The name of the witness is
it's coming.
Indeed so.
Just approach the microphone.
Matlamelang mic.
Your full names?
Kupela le botse gore maina ka botlalo re akaretsa lefatshe.
Ke nna Mataba Mojeri Benedict.
Mataba Mojeri Benedict. Fane ke efe?
Mataba.
The surname is Mataba. Jerry.
Mojeri.
Mojeri.
Eh.
Mojeri Benedict.
Benedicta.
Benedicta.
Witness, do you have any objection in taking the personal oath?
Worship, I said piece number 3 was being taken out. I was saying the court should be informed of this.
Your Worship, she is asking as to whether she can go to the bathroom.
Anybody will be escorted there?
Indeed so, yes.
Yes. said your full names are Mataba Mujeri Benedicta.
Mina okay, Mataba Mujeri Benedicta.
Eh.
Yes, Mataba Mujeri Benedicta.
Do you have any objection in taking a picture of the oath?
Me Mataba, analysis Siga Ushitishawi, Ghana Belakori. No objection.
Will the oath be binding at your conscience?
Kao, we Ghana, we Kamalazwan?
Eh.
Yeah.
Raise up your right hand and stress that will also.
Kao, Real Michel Zola, Mudimon Tush.
Mudimuntush.
So I remember.
Of the court, please. Benedicta, why are you staying?
Udula Guy Benedict.
Ke dula Sengatan.
I decided Singata.
Are you employed?
Wa Shuma America.
Ke a ipereka.
Self-employed.
Can you tell the court what are you doing in self-employment?
We better go drawing.
Ke nna ngaka ya setso.
I am a traditional healer, doctor.
Do you know Rachel Kutumela Sokani?
Rachel Kutumela Shogani Wamutsi. Rachel Shogani Anyalwa Kutumela.
Nka se re ke a mo tseba.
I wouldn't say I know.
Why are you saying so?
Ika wakala I know Gasiri Wamutsi.
Ke tseba bo mmage.
Oh, I know her mother.
How do you know her mother?
Umma Watsiba, yeah?
Ke bona e be le molwetsi wa ka.
She was my patient.
Rachel Kutumela is charged with the murder of your husband.
Well, you're Rachel Kutumela. Ula tufajwa kapulao ya mhalalo waka. What's it?
Eh, ke a tseba.
Yes, I'm aware.
And do you know that, or do you have any information as to who killed your husband?
I know about the work in Mangabula.
Au.
No?
Did the police approach you in this aspect?
Mapolisa wakile bata uwe nakatawa.
Eh.
Yes.
What did the police say?
Barley.
Nka tlhalosa.
Eh, ke se ba nyakang le sedimo.
Ke khumane phone ka di 10.
10 ja kgwedi ya feta kgwedi e tao.
Di 10 tsa kgwedi yone.
Okay. I received a telephone call on the 10th of this month.
Wa bolela monna o mongwe a re ke yena le phodisa Fisher ka Polokwane.
A certain male person spoke on the other side of the call and said that he is a police officer from Polokwane and he is Fisher.
A re ona o tshwere file mo pele ga gagwe.
And he said he is in possession of a file in front of him.
Ya monno ba reng ke Peter o sala timelela ka 2019.
A file of a person by a man by the name of Peter who went missing in 2019.
Ka re go yena a ke mo tsebe.
I said I don't know that person.
Ke moka a re ke gopela gore ke tle go wena go bontshe senepe.
He then said, I'm asking to come to you and show you a picture or a photograph.
Ka ra mo yena ka ra ona bothata.
I said, no problem.
O etile a nyaka a ntse a mfounela rena re ka kopana mo kae.
Along the way, he came trying to locate where I was, calling along the way, and even asked, where can we meet?
Ka re go yena a tle ka gae.
I said he must come at home.
A tla gae ya ba fitlha.
He came to my home, he arrived.
Ga a fitlha ka ya go yena koloing.
Upon arrival, I went to him
Ke
at the car.
Ke khumane le banna ba babedi
I found two
le
men
mosadi.
and a woman.
Ba re ba re gape ditaba di pala ka wena police station.
They then said matters are stuck because of you at the police station.
Ba nama ba re kgopela ro sepele le rena.
And they said, may you please come with us.
Ka nama ka se gane ka dumela ka tla
I
le
did
bona.
not refuse. I boarded and went with them.
Ke bona ba mpuditse mo re kutumela Rachel o ka mo tronko.
They are the ones who told me that Rachel Kutumela is in custody.
O felela mo.
That is all.
And were you told about the who is the killer of your husband?
Ana ba ida wa botsa gore ke mang a bolaileng monna.
Ke rile ge ke tsena ka mo court ka ke tare ke ka room ka office ka humana banna le basadi ba le gona.
When I entered an office, I found men and women in that office.
O mongwe wa bona ke Morena Mabunda.
One of them is Mr. Mabunda.
Ke rile ke tsena ya ba yena mputsang o reng wena le mogotsi ya o le bolaile Martin Phuti Mothata.
When I entered, he is the one who told me that you and your friend are the ones who killed Phuti Martin Mothata.
Ge ke thoma ke makala rena kgantho di agalang bana maphodisa ntse le ka ke tse gore ke maphodisa na ka gore ntse se bapare uniform ba thoma o ntlhabela mashata ba mpitša le ka maina ba mpitša le ka matlhapa.
Once I was still shocked to me, the other men, I don't know if they are police officers or what, and other police officers or people that were there started shouting at me, insulting me, calling me names.
Ge ke thoma ke botšiša gore gane botsebotse ke diile eng.
When I inquired as to what exactly have I done,
Mr. Mabunda a ntšeela phone.
Mr. Mamanda then took my phone.
O rile a ntše a tshwere phone ya ka ya lla.
As he was still in possession of my phone, it rang.
A e araba
They responded, the incoming,
a bea mo speakereng
and put it on speaker
a rena ke mang
and asked, who is it?
ka re ke morwaka.
I said, it's my son.
A re mmotse gore re o tshwere o bolaile papage.
He then said, tell him that we have arrested because you killed his father.
Ke be ke gašwa ka matlhapa ke tshepišwa le o gamiwa.
Insults were hailed at me, and I was even promised that I would be suffocated or choked.
A ke tsebe le gore kgoro ya dumela gore ke bolele matlhapa a kgale ba mpitša kao.
I don't know whether the court allows me to say the insults as they were hailed.
With the leave of the court, can she proceed with the immediate direction?
To tell us insults.
Yeah, it's a court basis.
And what relevance has that to with this bill?
It has to do it because it points to the investigating officer. So far, Your Worship, you then assist us when Mr. Mabunda takes the stand, so that now we cross-examine about the behavior.
Let's hear the insights.
La mathomo o rile go nna re a ke tšhabe ngaka bongaka ba gagwe a ke botšhabe.
Firstly, he said, I'm not afraid of traditional healer Sangoma. I'm not afraid of that practice.
A re wa tena ebile o moloi o bolaya batho bongaka ba gago ke ba o thuša dikebeko.
He said, you are annoying. You are using your traditional doctor practice to kill people, you are a witch.
ke moka entse ke tlabeile mola yena o ba le busy a ngwala
As I was still confused, he was busy writing.
godimo ga batho ba lentse ba le ka kua o mongwe wa mosadi le yena o ba anthoa
Amongst the people who were there, another one who was a female was also insulted.
ebile a re a kampetha ka tlap
That police officer even said she can beat me.
o ngwadile se a se ngwadileng Mr. Mabunda ke be ke shetse ke tlhakatlhakane ebile ke tshuile
Mr. Mamunda wrote whatever he was writing. I was now in a state of shock.
ke be ke sa kwe bose ebile ge ba bolela tse dingwe ke be ke se sa bakwa
I could not hear them clearly or properly anymore because of the state I was in. Some of the things I could not even hear what they were saying.
ge ke fetse ge ba fetša o ngwala ka mokgwa ba ngwadileng ka ona ba dile pampiri
After writing the way they wrote, they read the paper.
mara o bolela nnete a ke a bakwa
But to be honest, I did not hear.
ba mphile yona pampiri ela ba re sign
They gave me that paper and said sign.
ka sign
I signed.
ke moka ba mpha phone
They then gave me the phone.
ba re ra o tswalelela a o tsamaya
They said we are detaining you. You are not leaving.
ke tswile le bona e re fitlha ka gongwe mo passageng bona ba tsena ka officing
I left with them. As we were walking somewhere along the passage, they then entered into an office.
ke moka ba mpha phone
They then gave me the phone.
ba bitša monno o mongwe ba re a nkiše gae
They called a certain man and said he must take me home.
ba felela moo
It ends there.
But the court is rushing, but it's the witness evidence.
As the court is. Ma'am, why are you here?
Ma, lo botse ke ka baka la eng o le mo ge ba re o le mo ba ra o biditswe bele ka tlhatsi o ifa botlhatsi kgopelong ya balatfatsa o lekolwa ka pele
e rile ka morago wa matšatši a mabedi ka lata loyara yaka
after 2 days I approached my lawyer.
No, let's not go to the lawyer. You are here, you are testifying, right?
Ebe a re ska ya kwa lawyer tabashi o mo ane bjala ka seo se dira o eme ka mo ke go fa botlhatsi ye
What do you want to achieve with your evidence?
ka botlhatsi bo bo fao ke eng seo o nyakang go se fitlhelela
Objection, Your Worship. It is for the court to decide, and it's a weakness for the applicant in this matter. So really, it is not proper to ask the witness as to what that she wants to achieve.
Is there it is the court that can fabricate evidence and
It's so
must forever answer that question. Factual question.
Your Worship, the basis for the witness to come here has been laid. That is a witness for the application. So,
the state is in that
Your Worship, it's not for the achievements. It's for the achievements of the accused. That's the court ruling.
As a court case. You have an answer?
Moemedi wa ganana le go butšwe e fela gore je respect sa rawa a eme le ena gore o ska ya raba butšwe ba re ka o tla mo o ifa go hlatsibo ke eng se o nyakang o se fitlhelele
se ke nyakang o se fitlhelela go bontšha pelo ya ka mokgwa ke leng botlhoko ka ona ya le ka mokgwa ke botsišitšweng ka gona mola e le gore ke a tseba gore Rachel le Phuti Martin Mothata a ke gopole ba tsebane.
What I want to achieve is to show this court how much pain I felt in the manner I was asked questions, and according to my knowledge, I do not recall Rachel and Phuti Martin Mothata knowing it.
All right. You're sitting here the whole day, isn't it?
That is.
Do you know why accused number 1 is here in court?
What's about now? For wrong year,
Rachel Shokani, do you know?
Rachel Shokani, wow, Nalo. Yes,
why is she here?
She is charged with murder and fraud.
And she's before court to apply to be released on bail. Do you know that?
Logori, umopela foro ya fupela foro e mudumelele o seka molato wa ikante ka mokgwa o patela bail wa itse batho. Yes, I.
Is there anything you can assist her on that?
Una le soka motho shanga sona tingwaneng.
Senga motho shanga sona ku yo bolela hore a tsebe silo ka dilo jaaka o ba ja Martin Phuti Mothata.
What I can assist her with is to tell this court that she knows nothing about my things with my things. She knows nothing about things between me and Martin Mothata.
And we don't know anything about you and Martin as well.
Let na re tsebe silo ka wena Martin. Yeah.
Something further.
No cross-examination. No examination. See, Your Worship, it's 4 o'clock.
Thank you, witness. You are now excused.
Memata, Poro eri lekano kulwa. Eli vulala vulala sipulala sipi.
I was saying, Your Worship, that we see it's 4 o'clock.
You simply develop time questions.
But I have a condition, Your Worship, that you know what those.
Yeah, yesterday you said there was time.
Your Worship, expects the process.
I understand you.
I think we already arranged the date for tomorrow. If the applicants are not ready to continue now, we'll wait for them in the morning as the court.